mental capacity. So I hope and pray that after this tenure, so we're looking forward to seeing you as the probably the next senator representing Kwara. You don't know Kwara. So we hope and pray that's possible. So thank you so much for that wonderful speech. I would like to call on Mr. Jonathan. Mr. Jonathan is someone that came into the association and immediately the guy blended into everything. We were even the one that is telling him that, Oga, calm down, small, 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 small. No, you should do this way. No, you make us here, just calm down. But that is to show how energetic and passionate he is about the whole association. And we want to thank God that his family is here to have joined him also in South Korea. Please let's give him a round of applause. So he will be the one to stand in for the chairman to read the chairman speech for the AGM. So as you can see in the program, we have a special AGM planning committee for this event. And this has been a role I played maybe 7 years ago, 6 years ago. So, and I'm happy that we have another person playing that role. So thank you so much. Mr. Jonathan.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Um, Good afternoon once again to everyone here today. Um, Sorry, our chairman, uh, he'll be here with us shortly, just has some engagements to finish up. So, but I would read what he has written down for all of us today. Distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, valued members, and our honored dignitaries. It is with immense joy and gratitude that I welcome you all to this year's annual general meeting. Today, we come together as a community, united by a shared vision of growth, progress, and collaborations. Your presence here speaks volume about your dedication and commitment to advancing our collective goals, and it is truly an honor to address you all on this special occasion. I would like to begin by recognizing and appreciating the exceptional efforts of the AGM committee. This event reflects their hard work, careful planning, and unwavering commitment to excellence, from coordinating logistics to curating today's program. Their dedication has ensured that we are able to gather here seamlessly. Please join me in giving them a well-deserved round of applause for their outstanding efforts. I would also like to express my deepest gratitude to the women who have prepared the delicious meal that we will be enjoying here today. Your efforts have not gone unnoticed, and we are truly grateful. As we embark on the agenda of the day, I encourage us to reflect on the importance of unity. Our strength lies in our ability to come together, share ideas, and work towards a common purpose, whether through the speeches of our distinguished speakers, the interactive sessions, or the informal discussions that will take place. Let us approach each moment with an open mind and a shared determination to make a difference. It is my hope that this AGM will serve as a platform for meaningful dialogue, innovative ideas, and concrete plans that will not only strengthen our organization, but also foster development in our dear countries. By working together, we can overcome challenges, unlock new opportunities, and pave the way for a brighter future for generations to come. In conclusion, I want to once again thank each and every one of you for being present is a testament to the resilience and commitment of our community. Let us make today's event memorable, impact, and true reflection of what we can achieve when we come together. Thank you, and may we have a successful and productive AGM.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jonathan. That was a wonderful and calming speech. You know, most of us here, we exhibit some politician traits. You know, he's reciting as if he wants to commission a big hospital. So please, don't let that spirit die. Oh. So please, let's give him a round of applause again. So thank you so much for that wonderful presentation on behalf of the AGM Planning Committee. As you can see, we have a lot of members in the AGM committee. We have our chairman, the latest doctor in town, in person of Dr. Kodri Babatunde, also known as Marcelo, who is the chairman of the committee. We have Engineer Ogunleye Abdulaziz Mustafa. We have Engineer Adisa Akinsoji. We have Engineer Jonathan, that just recited the speech. We have Engineer Abid Alabi. We have Engineer Ismail Adigun. We have Engineer Jami Suleiman. We have Engineer Abdulatif Suleiman. We have Mr. Godwin Ogogo. We have Mr. Henry Ifani. So don't be surprised that all the almost 90% or 99% of those who I said their names, all of them are engineers. So it's as if all these engineers want to colonize everywhere, but God, we will not agree for them. So we also have entomologists, we have biologists, we have agriculturists among us. Please clap for us too. Please. So thank you so much for organizing a very big program. So I would like to make this disclaimer that we are plenty, we are very plenty, but a bunch of us are still in the kitchen cooking and sweating for us so that we can. About almost 50 members are with the women cooking. I know some of us have been, we've heard in the speech of the AGM chairman for that. So we'll be moving on to our keynote speaker is almost here, right? And we'll be moving on to the speech of the ambassador. As you can see, that we have backings. So especially from the embassy. So we have backings from the embassy, and they are very well much acquainted with what we are doing here today. So we'll be playing for us because the consular is supposed to be here with us today, but unfortunately it wasn't. So we'll be reading on behalf of the ambassador. I think we should be having a new ambassador in Korea soon because this new appointment. So it never reached our turn. So we'll be having the speech of the ambassador, which is delivered by the consular all the way from Seoul. So let's listen to that. Thank you. Hello. Okay. I have yes.
Most I would like to say something. That's not the but it's these very important occasions. It takes beyond our arms. It's a feeling we have been before. Not our side. So there's nothing we can do. House to business. But we just have to attend it today. But we are apologizing for that. This year's theme for the NSA meetings from grandparents to grandkids, transforming their scholars' knowledge and emerging technology African progress. This time is out in the present situation. Any progressive nation, they must rely on their own youth with knowledge. And part of the ways to get knowledge is through diaspora. People think moving from one country to another is very, but maybe it's not like time. Somebody goes there, get the knowledge, go back, we use the knowledge where the person is. For the advantage of one's country is a blank game. And with all the effort that people have been doing, I may say, I'm very happy, we are very happy that you people from time to time, even involving your own institutions, library, or own institutions in the service is a great game. So you people should keep it up. And we are happy with all what you people are doing. And we have to encourage you in any form that we can. And you people should not shy away, please, on your own countries. This is not just for the General Students Association, it is for all third countries, for all academicians, because even these your own associations, I don't know how we may modify it. But the students, most of you are beyond students, people have said academic associations, because you people are beyond what really students are called. And as I still mentioned, the bilateral not attended this, which from certain people are paying, and we people should keep on doing it for the sustenance and development of our nation. Really, we felt you people coming here is not playing as it is said. It is playing game, and we have to live from against people are doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, everyone, for listening to the speech of the consular on behalf of the ambassador for attending this event. As you can see from the speech that they expressed their heartfelt apology. They expressed their heartfelt apology for not being here. So, and actually, it's accepted because last year they were here with us with their full pomp and grandeur. So, and it was in this particular gathering that we also inaugurated the Nigerian Student Association all the way in the whole South Korea. So, I know very much that they really wished to be here. So, and moving on, we have in our midst a lot of new guests and new faces. So I would like to also introduce to us one of our very own. I said earlier on that as the program progresses, I'll be introducing to us as we have new
faces joining us. So I would like to also introduce Miss Keziah Olatui. I hope I pronounced that properly. What's the right pronunciation? Oluwatui. Oluwatui. God exposed honor. Right? Good. So thank you so much. Please say hello to the whole house. Please let's give her a round of applause. So she is one of the moderators for the panel session. And importantly, I also want to introduce our very own, even though we know they pay shishi, but he has always been a very, very strong pillar of making our events very, 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 very delicious. Apart from the food that we eat here, we also get to have delicious pictures of ourselves being taken. And even though we never contributed anything to the gadgets that he's using, but still, we'll still say, Mr. Victor, when are you going to give us some pictures? Please, let's first of all give him a round of applause. You can see there are many cameras here. We have this camera, but you will see that there is one camera that is camera-ish. So infinite visuals. So we want to thank you so much for being supportive of our activities so far. We don't give you any naira, we don't give you any cover, even though probably you might receive, maybe you are receiving $1 or dollar share. Maybe naira is not your forte. So, but notwithstanding, we are enjoying you. Thank you so much. And I'll be looking forward to my pictures. It's not what I said, it's not for free. So now there is a special game that we'll be playing now just to test our general knowledge. And by the power conferred on me by the president, I hear that those who wins this game, who come out successful, we are going to give them a special gift. Yeah. So the president said yes. So this game is called Kahoot, and it's going to be a 10-question game that will test our general knowledge. So whoever passes is going to get something. So very, very difficult questions. And anybody that passes those questions, you are going to have a very big gift. So while we are still doing that, I would like to recognize the presence of Dr. Solomon. Dr. Solomon, please, it's not time to discuss. You are an official here. Come to the front. Come to the front. See. Dr. Solomon, please let's give him a round of applause. So Dr. Solomon Ajani is a postdoctoral researcher at Stanford National University. So these people, and they are very, very, they call them eggheads. We are lucky to have a lot of eggheads amongst us, and we are proud to have him as one of us. So thank you so much for being here with us. We also have new people from all the way from Youngland University, in person of Dr. Olajide and his entourage. So please let's give them a round of applause. So thank you so much. I think this is the 4th year we'll be attending our activity. So automatically he has been a member of this NSA, even though he's not paying dues. So we are going to collect you from you this time around. So thank you so much. So it's now time for the Kahoots. So is there any? I'll be the one to call. Okay, the first anybody that answers the question first, so will be the one. If you ask the question and you are able to answer it, so the first person to answer will be the one to 10. First 10 people rather ahead. So. So you can please scan, you can quickly scan this barcode. We have Wes, we have Tessa. Please, everybody, let's please join. I'm going to actually, I should join. So good. Ahead. 10 more seconds. Mr. Jonathan, please join us. Can I join for my wife?
Please, the need for preemption. And since so you just why don't you preempt? Why don't you recognize it? So please before that time.
So thank you. I think we have enough players for the game. Okay. So now we have participant limit reached. So participant limit reached. So as the official recognition is also ongoing, I know we have the Baba Manjoba of the whole community. So he's a special person to us and he has always been supportive. So we always banter as if we are mates. And individual, let's say you use seniors. So I want to recognize especially the presence of Abuteni, I'll call Abuteni, Dr. Kozim Ogunlowo. Please let's give him a round of applause. He's the president of the actuary team of the whole of Egu. Abi? For foreigner actuary team. So he's the Olofana of South Korea. One more chance for someone to join, or someone left. About to lose. Anyone want you? Please come to the front. So thank you so much. Now let's start the game. Kahoot. So this is a general question and 1, 2, 3. Which time? What is the smallest country in the world by land area? Monaco, Vatican City, San Marino, Nigeria. Very simple. Very, very simple. Very, very simple. So Vatican City. So next. Who is the leader? Well, Gosfield. Who is Gosfield? Aha, good one. So we are having many winners, potential winners. The next question. How many tabs does the average grad student have open right now? I think this is a very simple answer. Anybody that misses this one, we are going to get back. Yes. We have a new winner. So scoreboard is ranking 9. Next. Which is the longest Korean holiday? Only JJC will miss this one. Everybody got it. So next. I think it will be the same leaderboard. Question number 4. What is the largest palace? Even Mahmoud can answer that one. Oh yeah. Somebody can tell me Jupiter. So Jupiter is the largest. So next question. So who said that wants to carry our kids back to school? Now, how will grad students greet each other after? So, well done, Anashi. Not laughter and tears. Congrats, Papa. Okay. So, next question. Which Korean university has yellow ECG? So, Busan, Korea, AGM. They know the. Okay. No contender. What is the group of lions called? Lions have pride, but they move in pack. And when you see them bending, they are hard. And when you beat them, they hit the floor. Next question is a pride of lions. So, somebody should please call our number. Yeah. What's the full meaning of the entire acronym? Jamboree news. It's Jamboree. It's very tricky if you are not okay. Took more and what the African player of the year the most times. People might miss this one. It's not JJ Okocha. JJ Okocha did not win anything. It's not KNU. It's Rashidi Yekini. So the last who said I got it? Last question. Which Korean friend do almost Nigerians perfectly? And I'm sorry, Danny. I'm sorry, that. I'm sorry, that. Even if they are abusing you, I'm sorry, that. And they got power. So we have the winner. So it's a pleasure to have everyone do the game. First prize, who's in now? Second prize, who's Tessa? Okay, and then goes to you. So thank you so much for joining the game, and see you in the next round. Who's not won this round? So see you in the next round. So let's give ourselves a round of applause. So to also continue, we have in our midst the Baba Onifila Betiaja, the President Gogogo of the Nigerian Student Association in all of South Korea. Easy at all. So to be the president of Nigerians, Nigerians are especially complicated set of people. We are very, 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 very complicated. Our brain is disturbing us too much. We too much have brain, and that brain, alarm. So no. So to now be the president of that kind of association, that person must be the most complicated person. Are you there, buddy? Just joking. So we have Dr. Anis Rabiu, who is the president. Please find a seat in front, so that see all these people that we are calling to the front. They are not doing it because of God. We want to collect money from them. So if you don't have money, go and borrow from your friends now. We are not calling to the front for nothing. So thank you so much for joining. And now I think we can have the panel session before we have the keynote address. Is our speaker around? So he's 15 minutes behind. So I think by now we'll have some performance. So I think last year we had a special performance by one of our brothers. Even though 2 years back, really? Wow. I don't become old man with that. OT. Well, anyways, so it's a pleasure. So to have that, I didn't know I'm that old though. So, please bring our guests to the front. Don't let anybody run away. We want to collect money today. So, we want to collect money today. So, but before we have that special performance, I would like to connive or to deliberate to Mr. President. Mr. President, I have the moderators on ground. I think before we have our keynote speaker here, we should proceed with the panel session so that we can move with the speed of the speed of sound, not the speed of wind. So, so don't let us move with the speed of wind. So that we can move with the speed of wind and jump to the next program on the agenda, which is the panel session. And
the conversation because someone is joining live. So time is on my journey. So I think it's planning session. So I think there is one more. I would play one. Then in third, we sing one song. So
I came time was saying
also we 5 minutes, only 5 minutes last week. So before that, I play the next part.
okay.
Which is to test your vibes.
So as we are preparing for that, so as we are preparing for the panel session, so I've been informed that there is another Kahoot game for us.
Not this one.
The game she.
Next one.
So as we are preparing for that, last year we had a presentation by Mr. Imtad. Even though I was standing on this very much podium, I'm vowing that I'm going to be his manager. But unfortunately, I couldn't manage anything. I was managing myself. So today, probably maybe I'm going to renew my vows. So to be his manager. So he's going to be the one to give us a bit of presentation also, just like he did last year. So we are going to have a new game. This game is, if you are not a someone that is vibing, only vibes, so you might not. You should probably vibe out of. Maybe you vibe out of this game. So, Mr. President, maybe I should start. I should Chakama Kidari yo. So while I do that, I would like to recognize the presence of our mother in our midst. So Mama for the boys. So me, I'm not going to come to collect what you brought from Nigeria from you. Mommy, my husband can't ever move out to Nigeria. So we want to welcome her officially, and she came in the list of lovely children in person of Doctor in View, and Doctor in View in the family of Mr. Doctor in View Bayo Akin and Doctor in View Abi Toyiba of Korea. Let me call her that way. So Toyiba Jibola Mustafa. So thank you so much, and our lovely daughter. So it's a pleasure to have you in our midst. Let's give them a round of applause. So, Mr. President, maybe I should click start. The next one. Post live. Display on the big screen. Ahead. If you don't get vibe, find the way. If you don't get vibe, find the way. Vibe, find the way. Now you can scan this to join the game. The first 10 people to join will be eligible. I mean, we'll see you.
They must call it. They do the next. My question about me. So last story that mine is
Share should reload me. I tell people there is a ruling. If you have won before, you are not the only one that God created this act for. Please log out, vibe out, please. The person in question has vibed out. No, I'm available. If you be safe, I don't go agree. Let that no, except Mrs. Hussein. Sorry, Miss Hussein. I never give you. So except Miss Hussein that has won before. If not because we want to collect money from Tessa and Mr. Every other person and West would tell them to vibe out, but notwithstanding, we can start. So let us start. Kahoot. So slang in you. In the Nigerian or social media context, what does demure? Eating with class, loud and vibrant, chill and quiet day, mindful, courtesy, not overdoing. The answer is there now. It's mindful. I'm not, I'm demure. So mindful, courtesy, and cutesy. In fact, I wanted to say this one is very of courtesy now. I can't go more vibe. What is all? They know the vibe. I'm not demure. I'm demure. I'm demure. Wait now. I'm admiring this cutesy. Oh my God. Demure. Tessa. Yeah, demure. Okay. You don't go. You don't know Sabi Snoopy. No, be Snoopy person. You don't is a magician. Nani talk. This one is the wrong point. This is wrong. This is wrong. He don't is a magician. He don't is smart and Sabi. He don't is SS. He's smart and Sabi. So this one is wrong. We're not going to continue. Who I go back to the am I wrong here? Where is it? Whose call got it? Okay. Tessa Nani. The magician. Okay. Oh. Number 3. No car. No graduation. No matter the go say that. Tell me go to no graduation. So this struggle is real. No car. But who invented that slang? Say, if they say something there is no cap, maybe you remove cap, eh? The struggle is real. No car. That's not funny. No car. The struggle is real. No grief for anybody. Who get better as an entrepreneur, I will not grief for anybody. I will advertise my product. Argue with everybody. Wow. Don't back and stand your ground. I think this does it. This does it. Mr. H. Who is H? Say what we say, espionage, what we say, She no one grief for anybody. Wow. Amazing. Ichoko, who said that Ichoko? What does ichoke mean when describing the NSA-KNU AGM? You never choke. The place to be right now. Yes. He's choking me. Easy. Okay. Let's know the rest. Just the choke. Who is talking what? Who is talking? I cannot know who chose it now. Are we giving you here? Okay. Check it, Pro Max. when the submission deadline looms, is when protected from sanction. 2 out of 15 slides completed. Professional proposing class on open emails. Shaggy Pro Max in you. And Shaggy Pro Max. And you have presentation in the next 15 minutes. Now Shaggy Pro Max. So, Tesla. Okay. You don't have many strong competitors here. They should leave each other. They are whispering questions to you, answer to each other. Clock it. Clock it. Let me read it the way it is read. Clock it. What are you doing with that? This one is tricky. Okay. Clock it. I just clock it. Me only Bible. Inshallah, the money. Hot. Want to fish it hot? Who say now it's hot? Omble. Maybe Omble is the next question. Let us see. Sapa. Stipend. Professor. Professor is here. Which one? Sapa. Sapa. There's no Nigerian that does not know Sapa. So Sapa means money don't finish. You don't read. So the next question. When professors call us all your this is you clock it. And sometimes it can also be a bugal. That see. You clap back. Well done. So that's it. That person is also right. Okay. Me, clock it. You say what? When Bella Nigeria where this won't leave your timeline. That's the answer. Kulirara. Who put no cap again? I must say that person no get by. Koni by Burara. When you get Bella Nigeria when it's on Instagram, somebody every time God I beg, God when. Even those married people will be seeing that I want to say a display of affection. PDA, a public display of affection. And you know the Bible, where is the Bible question, sure? God when. Best line to use after you lose your kitchen. After working like it. We move. If you don't be got to be this. Don't be got to be this. See, this answer there. Yes, I don't know if you got to say you are wrong. They are not wrong. Then give me the No, that is where you mix the KTN. No, you give me the So this one we move. After running like a dog. The dog is chasing you. Now we have the last question. So that means the tie is between Tessa and June. June, we pray that Tessa misses this question because automatically Hussein is out of the vibes. So Tosin, I'm sorry. Mr. Raouf, please go and sit down. And all will.
Don't say it.
IYK, WDDDMM. In case you miss it, if you kill, you know. If you know, you know. Or clock it. Clock it. So that's the summary. If you know, you know. Gen Z, if you know, you know. So please let's give ourselves a round of applause. Automatically we have the winner. We know the winner already, but unfortunately that winner is disqualified. So we move on to, to the next winner. So the person of Tessa. So thank you so much everyone for playing this game. It's a pleasure to have us join. Yes, we are doing this before we move on to the serious panel of the day, and I'm very sure that we all will benefit immensely from those sessions. So I would also like to recognize the presence of one of our own. He joined this community not too long ago, and not just joining, he has been very active. He met a lot of brothers, and he automatically acclimatized into the community in person of Dr. Hassan Muhammad. Dr. Hassan Muhammad, please let's give him a round of applause. So he's a researcher at the Department of Mathematics, if I'm not wrong, and he has been, he possesses one particular, I will call it a initial GRGR. When they told me that he said he wants to learn Korea, I said, yes, I'll be cheering him on. Please learn it. Please learn it. Please learn it. But we shall see. We shall see. We shall see. I'm not discouraging you. But when you go tell me. So people like who say that have learned Korean, so they can tell you the hassle they pass through, even after learning it for so many years. But to be factual, a lot of us here, we are supposed to learn the Korean language to be able to communicate freely in this country. In fact, this country has immense potential to make you rich. Let me use that word, to make you rich. There's money in Korea, but you can only know where the gold mine is if you can speak the language of the people. A Korean will readily give you money, even free of charge, if they know that. Take one. So, just aside, it's a very big blessing if one can speak Korean. So you learn a lot of things and you get to see a lot of benefits in this country. So, doctor, please don't relent. See, all of us that have spent like 8 years in this country and we cannot hear one call in Korea. Come, let me kill you. If you say, come, let me kill you, I'll say, I will say, cancer me that. So it's not a good thing, actually. So please, I want to encourage every one of us to, no matter how we need to, don't let us come here and go back. BLL. That's another acronym. You may not need vibes now. I get vibes. Boshilo, Loshibo. So thank God will not let us be BLL. So, Mr. Imtad, so now, as I'm renewing my vow as a manager again, so I hope this year I'll be able to live up to that expectation. So it's going to give us a little bit of interlude to come to also enjoy the session before we begin the serious sessions. So thank you so much. Let's give him a round of applause.
Hello, everybody. I don't think I still say I should give another song. Yeah, it's always nice when I come around Nigerians and a lot of us have been away for a lot of years now. But gatherings like this make us feel like yeah, it's cool. But so I want to do a song. Look at another laugh at me. It's cold. So I'll try my best and do something. don't want to go. Baby, we were. This is not a time. It's time to say goodbye. Should be the day. It's not the end. It will come the day. Find a way. How it's raining. Just crying when the stars are Somebody's you. It's not for me like you. I still gonna do you. Still gonna be letting my hand down. I'm keeping it cool. Either my heart a little bit proud. Oh, and the angels crying when the stars are everybody's you. It's not gonna be like nothing to care about. Oh, fire on the ring. Still the girl to you. Be like nothing to I'm fine. It's not gonna be like nothing to it's gonna be like nothing to it's gonna be like nothing to it's not gonna be like nothing to yeah. Thank you.
Let's give him a round of applause. Another round of applause, please. That's a very, very difficult job to do, especially in winter. You'll be clearing your throat. So you know easy at all. So as your manager, I give you 10-10. So so that's by the way. So I would like to also. So I've been told that the keynote speaker for today's event is here already, and in person of Dr. Oluleke Babayomi. There is one special thing about African names. I don't know, let me use African names in general. We always attach meaning to our names. There is a way we want to make our children behave when they grow up. So we name them that name. Unlike European names, John, I've never seen the meaning of John. Paul, what other? Mark, Philip. So some people stay there. No, where? Okutabawo, Stone. You are the one that names Stone. You are not naming your child Stone. Maybe they want their child to be very strong. Kakaraka. They will name their child Cage. Cage is something you cage. So in Africa, we have a special way of naming our child what we want them to be like in the future. So as I was translating the meaning of Ola to Iyi, Miss Keza the other time, I think I'm wrong ahead. I'm not wrong this time around. So I was explaining to them, for example, now my name is Akin Ola, Akin Ola. You want to translate that one now, you will take like one line of a page. You know, Akin means bravery. To something means it is enough. Ola means wealth. So that means my ancestors, you know, they are very brave. And when there are some people are saying that no, you do not have money, you do not have money, they say, we are brave, and our bravery is enough to wealth. So it's like they are doing battles among themselves. That's the name we are going to give you. Okay. In your own family, that's the name you'll be bearing. So as I was reading the name of our keynote speaker now, I wanted to interpret automatically that what does the name mean? It means Oluleke Baba Yomi Oluwaleke. Oluwaleke, that means God is superior to all things. Baba Yomi, Baba, maybe their father used to rescue people. So, and they just named them that, they just joking, though, that's not the meaning. So anyways, so he's very much here with us, and our president has gone to bring him in. I would also like to recognize the presence amongst us, one of the latest, no, he's now old. He's no more latest. Before it used to be latest, but now he's old. He's not a latest doctor amongst us, in person of one of our elders in the community, in person of Dr. Yakin at DBC Abu Masrur. Let's give him a round of applause. He's the one still standing at the back. While we were introducing ourselves, I'd like to also recognize the presence of one of the committee members of the NSA committee, AGM committee, in person of Engineer Saki Soji. Please let's give him a round of applause. He's the one sitting there. So I would also like to recognize the presence of Mr. I think Aaron is also an engineer, right? No, we'll give you engineer. Engineer Henry Ifeni. Please let's give him a round of applause. So Engineer Henry Ifeni is the leader of the KNU Kuika group, if I'm not wrong. So as you can see, him very tangible like that powerful man though. So, but he never dropped something for the boys. So I'm still going to collect something from you, don't worry. So while I was introducing the cornerstone of NSA-KNU the other time, in person of Dr. Equal, so I failed to recognize the first lady of NSA-KNU. Sorry, ma. So, and also, when I was introducing Dr. Obashikore, I failed to recognize Dr. Mrs. Obashikore as well. That one, a special fine. So, so please let's give ourselves a round of applause. And also Mr. Jamil Suleiman, Engineer Jamil Suleiman. Jamo, where's Jamo? Maybe he stepped out a little bit. And also, I would like to recognize the presence of Engineer Latif Suleiman. Thank you so much. So it's a pleasure to have you with us. I think we have a lot of people joining also from online. We have one of our panelists with us already, in person of Mr. Nuruddin Kamil. He's a senior system engineer from at Cuba Mix. Let me call it as Igbo, even though I might be wrong. Kubernetes. Kubernetes in Poland. So he is the fourth person on our panel list. So alongside Ms. Husseina Abdullah and Dr. Amit Obashikore and Dr. Solomon Ajani. And the panel discussion will be on transforming education in the AI era, Africa's workforce for global discourse. You know, one thing that used to intrigue me about all these Akada people is that they will write topic and you first of all Google search in your brain. You know me, with that topic. What did they mean with this topic, complicated topic? So, but they will be the one. University used to say that so if you speak English in your in-laws place, now you yourself, with that your mouth, that you are going to use that your tongue to translate it into the language they understand. So they will be coming here to explain to us what that means. And to handle that will be Miss KZ, you go, I don't make him define. Miss Kezia. Asaya ti mọ mi lẹ́nu pé so Miss Kezia Olatuyi. So Miss Kezia Olatuyi. So she will be the one to handle the panel sessions, and I'm very, very much sure that she's one of the capable to help us through in that regard. Transformation in the AI era, Africa's workforce for global discourse. And one thing that is very, very poignant to this area of discussion, from what appears to me, is that Africa is rich in human resources, and not just human resources alone, with material and mineral resources as well. But we fail to utilize these resources as a result of being exploited by things that can easily dissuade us or disunite us in helping us to achieve that goal. What do I mean by that? We have a lot of people that can do amazing things. When we are back in our countries, we always complain, or we have our potentials being shortchanged by the lack of resources, lack of this, lack of that. But when we got here, you will see Nigerians, you see Africans publishing papers in top ranked journals, and you'll be wondering, is it not the same brain that they are using in Nigeria or Ghana or Kenya or Uganda or Tanzania or South Africa that they are using to publish that same research when they are in South Korea? So what is the problem? What is the exact problem? That means that we do not have the enabling environment to allow us to reach our maximum potentials, to be able to achieve all these goals that we set out to achieve for ourselves. Now, yes, the reality about this resource being not distributed equally is real. Yes, no problem. Africa is poor, we accept. But there is this thing that unifies every one of us. With the advent of the 21st century technology, we have internet. There are some things, there are some stunts that you pull from Nigeria, from the corner of Oshodi, that you'll be pulling the same stunts like someone in California is pulling, in Seattle, in USA. So this unifying factor is, that means that depending on how well you can use the resources at your disposal, that means you'll be competing on the same pedestal with someone who has all the resources with them. There is this story that used to amaze me, the story of these Ikorodu boys. Who knows Ikorodu boys here? Aha. These Ikorodu boys, they will see Netflix movie and they will reproduce it in their own, with their own local camera and everything. And even if you've watched the movie that they did with millions of dollars, you will see that this is the same thing that they are replicating. Even though it's a funny replica, but you see that the ingenuity and the creativity is there. Now that is the level of that's one level. Later, when they were sponsored, they had a global exposure. Even this Will Smith and Idris Elba even recognized them that these guys are very fantastic. So they got new gears to display onto and to expand in their creativity. And now they are producing movies as if they are producing skits as if they are producing movies. So this to show you that it's not all about the resources with you, it's how well you can utilize them. So the era of AI and this internet era would make you do things that people outside Nigeria or outside places that resources are limited can do. So, and I am very sure that the panelists will also talk on this discussion regarding how to make use of that thing, that little thing with the use of AI. Now, people are becoming millionaires and billionaires with ChatGPT alone. So ChatGPT, as small as ChatGPT is not small. It's not small. Let me slap myself back to reality. So ChatGPT is not small. So on that note, I would like to welcome into our midst Dr. Oluleke Babayomi, who is the keynote speaker for this event. So thank you so much for joining us. Please let's give him a round of applause. He's a research scientist at Kumo International Institute of Technology in Gumi, South Korea. So thank you so much for joining us. So thank you for coming in your, I thought you would come with American suit, but you come with your native way. Thank you so much. So I will give you another round of applause. Please give him a round of applause for that. So to confirm, Omo Yoruba, so so thank you, and we'll give you like 2 minutes to rest because we've been waiting for you for too long. So before you come to the podium to deliver your keynote address that you've been expecting. So I would like to also welcome other participants that have joined us online. I think our people are now coming. I can confirm with 100% certainty that the food is ready. Have you been going? So, so I can see that those that are in the kitchen are coming to join us here. So thank you so much for being a part of this program. So on that note, I would like to call to the podium Dr. Oluleke Babayomi to come and deliver the keynote address on the theme From Brain Drain to Brain Gain, Transferring Diaspora Knowledge and Emerging Technologies for Africa's Progress. From Brain Drain to Brain Gain, Transferring Diaspora Knowledge and Emerging Technologies for Africa's Progress. I don't want to bite my tongue. That's why I'm calling it From Brain Drain to Brain Grain. I can say the same thing, the same title, you will not notice. So I'm taking one after the other. From Brain Drain to Brain Gain, Transferring Diaspora Knowledge and Emerging Technologies for Africa's Progress. So please, let's give him a round of applause. You're welcome. Okay, yes. Okay. Yes. Yes. Okay, PPT. I can only find it. Okay, PPT. Yes, good afternoon, everybody. Okay. Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. I acknowledge the leaders of the KNU Nigeria Association. Thank you so much for organizing such an outstanding event and for inviting me. And I think I need to clear up a mix up at this point that I was told in the invitation that I received that my time for the talk will be 2 p.m. So according to the formal invitation, I'm right on time. But I think along the way, the schedule was changed without communication to me. So I apologize on their behalf of the mix-up. Please forgive both of us, both parties for this issue, right? Because I know in this climate, we don't do African time, right? Exactly. So please take this off from both parties, and we apologize to all our esteemed, highly esteemed audience and guests. All right. Today we're going to be addressing the topic from brain drain to brain drain. See, it's a tongue twister. From brain drain to brain gain, transferring diaspora knowledge and emerging technologies for Africa's progress. Well, this is an interesting topic, and it's also interesting that the organizers of this wonderful event coined this as the topic for today. So in just a few minutes, we're going to run through this together and see how we can collaboratively move from all this. See everybody seated here. Very excellent, smart, clever, and outstanding people, making great impact, moving the names of the country where you are, the university where you are, moving the name of this country and the institutions where you are studying or working to the next level. But you see, at the back of my mind, I'm sure that everybody's thinking. In fact, I remember, let me just share this with you. I remember a friend from the time where I did my PhD, and every time I met him, the first thing he would do was not even in my department, but the first thing he would do, not outside Nigeria, in Asia too, he would do is to download all the news he just received from home on me. And he would download his anger. I don't know what's wrong with all these politicians. And he's from KNU. They are very, I think KNU, Ilorin, people in the northern side of the country are very politically sensitive and active. So by the time he finishes the down, in fact, it's me that will tell him, no, guy, allow you just calm down. Calm down, take it easy. If you want to have a healthy life, you have to dissociate from that news that you read every morning. It cannot be your breakfast. Yeah. But the point was, every time he catches the news, he catches up with the news, it produces anger. Then you come and say, no, we can't continue this way. We can't continue this way. So the truth is, even though you are physically in a different location, but like that man, his spirit and his mind were at home. And he's so concerned about the issues back there, right? How many people find themselves in such situations? Does that happen to you? Do you find yourself behaving like that man sometimes? All right. Good. So someone said, yeah, everybody faces that. So today we're going to be talking on this interesting topic, and I want to ask a simple question before we continue. Now, what if this brain drain could become a gain to our country, to our continent, Africa? How can we combat it? That's what we're here to see what we can do. And I always tell people that I'm an engineer by training. I don't talk too much. In fact, whenever people are doing all this, and why did I stop talking? Because I saw my father's generation, how he and his friends used to sit in the living room and analyze Nigeria's problems. And after all the analysis, it did not add any money to our family. It did not move the country forward. So I decided personally that I will not do analysis, and I'll only be a person of action. So I'm not here to do analysis. So just get that clear. I'm here to tell you what can we do to go forward. And what are we doing? Because I'm also a practitioner of some of what I'll tell you. What if brain drain would become brain gain? Look at South Korea where we are today. Way back in 1975, just a space of 50 years, South Korea had a GDP per capita of less than $600. But now South Korea is one of the top 14 in terms of GDP in the world. How did they transit from poverty to wealth? 50 years ago, South Korea could barely assemble transistors, just the way many of us could do when we're doing our degrees in Nigeria, right? For those of you who did first degree in Nigeria, I know some people are more fortunate than me. I did my first degree in Nigeria, so I'm even my master's in Nigeria. But some people are here, undergrad, Korea, maybe masters, MIT, and all of that. God bless you, it's good. And it's good, keep those ambitions. Now, South Korea today is a global force in the micro semiconductor market. They're global semiconductor superpower. Today, I'm going to be going through 4 sections in my discussion. Number 1, we're going to just quickly run through Nigeria's immigration waves and the impact on the country. We're going to look at how some countries, especially South Korea, where we are having this conversation, how they could turn their diaspora into an asset. We're going to zoom up further into how one particular man serves as an example for us. And then we'll look at some practical action steps that we can take from here. So let's start with the introduction. Between 1980s till date, there have been 3 waves of immigration, mass immigration from our country, Nigeria. And if you're not Nigerian, you can just raise your hand. I want to be sensitive to the demographics of my audience. Okay. All right. So I can assume that if I say Africa and I say Nigeria, nobody will be offended.
Ghanaians will be offended.
Yeah, but I mean, based on the census I've done just now, Nigerians are the majority. So, in fact, almost 100% are Nigerians. So, in 1980s, after the oil boom crashed, there was the first wave of mass immigration from the country. 20 years after, there was another wave of mass immigration. And we're all aware of the Japan movement within the past 5 years, right? So what could have caused this? The numbers are staggering, as you can see. About 2,000 medical professionals are lost from our country every year because of this problem. And in a survey that was done, 70% of those who are in the software industry in Nigeria acknowledge that they are already planning to relocate. This is costing nothing less than 89 billion, about $19 billion to our continent, right? So this ongoing loss reflects both systemic challenges and global demand for talent. And we know something very clearly. It's not the way the foreign world is structured, the Western world, the Asian world is structured. They are not just taking people that don't know anything. They're taking the cream of our talents, right? They're taking the cream of our talents. So why are people leaving? We all know this already, but let me just, for academic reasons, let me just summarize it. For economic factors, people want more money, financial stability and security, because of systemic issues. Just like that, my friend I mentioned, systemic issues that are kind of out of your control. Political issues, leadership problems, right? That's why people are leaving. People are leaving because of academic barriers. There's a limit to what they can achieve academically if they stay in that environment. I know someone who's a lecturer and who left, and it caused a lot of issues at the location where he left from. But he had to leave because he needed greener pastures, right? So the drivers of this immigration are complex and interconnected, but they are not insurmountable, meaning they are surmountable. What also are the local and technological impacts of this problem? Healthcare is a problem. Healthcare is one of the challenges. Now we have critical shortages in medical institutions, especially the public institutions, and even more especially the primary healthcare institutions in the rural areas. We have, just like I've already mentioned, academic institutions are struggling to maintain or retain their high quality lecturers. We also have the tech ecosystem suffering. Who was saying the other time that, for instance, in the fintech industry, in the banks way back in Africa, many of the banks are struggling to retain their staff because they are global talents. They know themselves. They have all the CISO, all the certifications. So they are moving. The tech guys that are sustaining those enterprises are moving. We have issues with innovation. We see that we're going to see just in a few moments that one of the strategies that this country, Korea, employed is a strategy of innovation to move from poverty to wealth. So the cost to us as a continent is great. But we have 2 examples of Asian countries who moved from such situations to wealth in recent times. But I also ask you a question: what has been your personal experience with brain drain? I'll come to that later on. I want you to just think about yourself, classmates, colleagues, family members who have left the country or left the continent. What drove their decisions? And what could have been better that could have made them to stay? I know somebody today who says, the reason I left is because of my family. Because not even because of myself. I can endure, I can push. But I want something better for my children. I want something better for my family. Different stories. By the time you interview different people, you're going to find out that different reasons
why people live. So we can identify some role models for us as a continent. Some people who are where we are right now some years ago, and we can learn from what they did to get to the next level. I'm going to pinpoint South Korea and China, officially because they are Asian countries that fit into the template I just described, but also because of personal reasons, because I studied in China and I work in South Korea. And I'm impressed by what these guys have done in the time that they moved. Within a short while, they've been, especially China, for instance, that gives the West a lot of headache in terms of competition. They just 50 years ago, they had limited resources. 50 years ago, they did not leverage on wealth, natural wealth, resources like maybe African countries do. They don't have the gold, the minerals, the oil. They didn't leverage on that to grow, but they had a strategy that was different. About 50 years ago, 40 years ago, 30 years ago, some of these countries they were talking about were stricken by wars. But how did they overcome those limitations to be where they are today? They also had identical challenges like we talked about in Africa. They also had issues with massive migration of people. But what did they do that made everything different? Let's look at South Korea, for instance. The overseas South Koreans in the US were able to bridge investment flows between the past 50 years till now. Especially when South Korea was getting out of their civil war, they relied on their diaspora network to build the network, to build that infrastructure, both the financial and the technological infrastructure, to grow rapidly. They also relied on their diaspora for export partnerships, global management best practices, and we can see examples of Samsung, Hyundai, and the rest of them, how they rapidly rose. Then they also leverage government-led programs. I'm going to talk in just a moment about the difference between government-led programs and community-led programs, because one of the challenges we have in Africa, is that we can't wait. We've waited for so long for government. Our fathers' generations, our parents' generations, waited for government to make a change, but there was nothing that came out of it, right? So in our generation, we cannot wait for what failed in the past. We need a new template, a new role model, a new way to achieve a goal. China also, their Silicon Valley diaspora became the early investors in their vision for the future. They also had their Southeast Asia network that provided them mentorship, and we see the rise of organizations like Alibaba, Tencent, Huawei, that have grown to global dominance in their respective spaces. Then we should also be aware that foreign educated founders led the growth that we'll talk about in these countries. Okay? Then, similar to the Brain Pool program in South Korea that had started since 50 years ago, which was initially instituted to draw their talent overseas back home. We also know that China had 1,000 talent program plan, which drew their brains back home, their highly talented people back home. So I've talked about the Brain Pool program. That's the government-funded initiative to bring back overseas Koreans, either temporarily or permanently. But it was always with incentives. It was incentive-driven. Come back home, and we would ensure that you have identical financial comfort as you have in America, in United Kingdom, in Australia, right? Come back home, make sure that you have the infrastructure to replicate whatever you're doing for them there. So they make such programs, and that's similar to the 1,000 talent program in China, identical. So they gave them tax incentives, they gave them reserved research positions, and even industry-sponsored scholarships. But you see, while we talk about positive outcomes, we should also be aware that it didn't work for every single person, okay? So there were reintegration issues for some of them, bureaucratic struggles, there were issues with cultural readjustments. Sometimes they didn't even get the amount of funding for infrastructure as they expected, and because of that, some returnees just went back abroad. In China too, China's 1,000 talents program also faced challenges with international scrutiny. such that even till now, anyone who is, especially in the US, and is also a part of the 1,000 Talents program, is almost certain to lose their job, right? Because of political scrutiny. So their lesson is that the brain gain requires sustained institutional support, not just one-time incentives, all right? There should be expectations of setbacks. It may not work perfectly for everybody, but then if it is sustained, if the government sustains such institutionally driven programs, some good outcomes, impressive outcomes can be achieved. So I want to mention the role of this organization that is on the screen in in Korea's rise from poverty to growth today. And I'm going to talk about this story because one of the people in this story is personally connected to me. I've met the person personally in this country. I've had interactions with him personally. So, and I also now delved into reading about this, and I realized that this is real. This is not just a story. This is a transformation agenda. That's why I'm going to talk about it. I mentioned earlier on that 50 years ago, this country had nothing. They were at zero level in terms of their semiconductor involvement in the world. But today, they are the second largest in terms of production of semiconductor products on the markets. As a matter of fact, I hope you know South Korea is #1 in memory semiconductor industry. They are #1 in the world. They produce more than 60% of the semiconductor chips used all over the world. And their dominance in this aspect of semiconductors can be traced to something they did way back in 1971 with an organization called KAIST today. We're going to run through this together. Let's just go straight to how was KAIST founded? The strategic bet was that they engaged international scholars, bring international experts, especially Frederick Teman, who is regarded as one of the founders of Silicon Valley, one of the fathers of Silicon Valley. And it's actually they involved him as a consultant, and they agreed that if the Korean government wants to create such an organization, they should make that organization satisfy the needs of the Korean industry. So the goal was find a niche and focus on that niche and build on it. Now, what was the need for the Korean industry at the time? The need was for highly trained, innovative specialists. Rather than to just train people with degrees, they wanted people who could get into the industry and get things done quickly. And I'm sure you can still see there's a significant measure of it to how they run even academia today, right? Many of you, I believe, are funded by projects, funds, and you do a lot of projects in your research. So what made KAIST different? #1, it was industry focused. They encouraged practical skills over just pure theory. It was hands-on, meaning that the students built things. So it's not just book knowledge. They solved problems. They had returnee incentives, competitive salaries that made people in Seoul National University, that was the dominant institution at the time, to be like, what is going on? As the government trying to waste their money? Government invested massive amount of money in building research labs for them, right? And for about 20 years, KAIST had a monopoly on producing the semiconductor talent in this country through one man. We're going to see his story in just a moment. Professor Kim Chung-ki is referred to as the godfather of Korea's semiconductor industry. He was raised by a father who was an engineer. The man worked in the textile industry, and the man was such a hands-on engineer that just by listening to how the textile machine was working, he could tell what was faulty with it. He could not just say, oh, this machine is faulty. He would say, the way this thing is sounding, this is where the fault is, and he was right. He will be right. He was that hands-on a man. Professor Kim studied at Columbia University and then worked in Silicon Valley, Fairchild Semiconductor. As a matter of fact, he was one of those who helped them to develop the early charge-coupled device imaging chips. And in 1975, he returned to South Korea to join KAIST here in South Korea. This man, his decision, now I'm not saying you should listen to his story and just say I'm going home tomorrow. We're coming to that. So that's not the goal of this talk. Okay, I'm not inspiring, I'm not raising people to just say, let's go back home. Let's follow this man's example. Right? But I want to just let you know how one strategy worked for this country. Okay. So what he built at KAIST, he built Korea's first systematic semiconductor engineering curriculum. Number two, he trained more than 100 masters and PhD graduates, the first 2 generations in this country. Number three, he introduced new engineering culture, balancing theory and hands-on problem solving. In fact, when I read his story, his goal was, if you cannot do something with your hands, you're just joking. You cannot pass through him and not be able to build things with your hands for industry. Things that can be sold on the markets. That's the strategy. You will learn the theory well, and you would also be a very hands-on person very well. You'll be excellent in both dimensions. He led R&D and built our ROM memory, blah, blah. His graduates became known as Kim's Mafia. And we're going to see it in a moment. Why did his graduates become known as a mafia? They occupied key positions throughout Korea's chip business. For instance, they call them 7 Mafia. I know one of them personally, Professor DJ in KAIST. Professor BJ in KAIST. Oh, someone raised his hand. Do you know him? Ah, okay. I thought you raised your hand. So Professor BJ was one of the students of this man. But let's also talk about the guys in business. For instance, this first man, Kyung Chung-min, was the first doctoral candidate of this professor. And he went on to design, he's one of the brains also behind Samsung's dominance in the semiconductor industry. The same with Kwon Oh-young. He did his master's under Professor Kim, went to Stanford for his PhD, and today is the vice chairman at Samsung. Look at SK Hynix 2. Mr. Lim Yong-koo is called Mr. Nan Flash because he studied with PMOS under Kim. He was Samsung's first overseas scholar, and he later became SK's group vice chairman. That same man produced all the people we're talking about. We can go on and on. LG and all other organizations like that. And today, because of that man's decision, this country is leading in an industry in the whole world. Right? So, like I said, the goal is not for us to say, men, I'm going to be Nigeria or Africa's next Professor Kim. No, that's not the goal. The goal is, what can we learn from this? So let's see the practical lessons we can take. Number one, a single institution with the right mission and diaspora leadership can transform a country's entire industrial trajectory. Do you agree with me? I'm sure you as people that have lived here and are living here are witnesses of this fact. Number two, one returning expert with institutional support. That's what is very important. With institutional support can catalyze multiple generations of world-class innovators. Number three, close alignment between industry, universities, and the government can accelerate national progress dramatically. And number four, brain drain was converted into brain circulation and then brain gain for these people. So Korea treated talent as its most precious resource. All right? I'm sure the point is taken, right? So those are the wider lessons for Africa. And I want to look at what can we do given this background. What can we do? What is your role in Africa's transformation? What can you do? I'm starting without government support because we know how it is. Right? What can we do without government support? What can individuals and community initiatives achieve? The first will be scholarships. Some people have heard of some scholarships like the Michael Taiwo scholarship, right? How many of you know about that scholarship scheme? Aha! That guy is doing a lot of work, massive work. And you see, what has he done? He started an initiative and is using a lot of institutional support to drive it. And now they are awarding millions. It's not just his money, but he's using the credential he built in that community, in that country, to drive this kind of support. Are we together? So scholarships can work. Alumni and diaspora groups can create scholarship funds to support students, not just them, but just support people to get better opportunities. We can have AI talent development. So we can have AI talent development programs. How many of you know of the Data Science Nigeria program? You know that? That's led by who? Okay. There's a massive movement also in Nigeria by an organization. When you just Google it, Data Science in Nigeria. And they're working very closely. Even there's a program that the Ministry of Communications also drew. IT is running now, maybe training 1 million talent or something, 1 million talent program. This Data Science Nigeria leader is one of the key brains behind that program. Yeah. Yeah. So they run boot camps, hackathons, and they are training people massively. You can do that too. You can start something with your friends. It may not be as big as that immediately, but you can start something. You can create STEM Olympiads. How many people are aware of the African Olympiad Academy? This one is focused in East Africa. It's focused in East Africa. What are they doing? They are training. The person who started this one has participated in the International Mathematics Olympiad before. And his goal, even the funny thing is, the guy that started this is not even African, but he's passionate about Africa. So he went back to East Africa, Uganda, Rwanda, that's Axis, and he started a program that is helping them, men. All I can say is the products of this program, they are training them on how to participate in International Mathematics Olympiad, International Science Olympiads. And those guys they're creating a lot of change in this area. So you can do something too. There are also partnerships. You can engage in partnerships, co-author papers, mentor students, which is part of what I do. I'm mentoring with some research labs back home. I'm mentoring and training students. And you can run seminars, you can co-supervise theses, not just co-supervise theoretical theses, but you can co-supervise with your former lecturers. Okay, you don't have to get any credit for a start, right? But when you do it seriously, people will notice and they'll begin to recommend you for bigger things. All right. You can also have virtual teaching and guest lectures. You can do open source contributions. You can do remote mentorship, like I've said earlier on. You can lead. You can do that, Spiral-led, massively open courses. Then you know that if you're going to scale, because the goal is now Africa is the youngest continent in the world. All right. And our country, 1 out of every 5 Black persons in the world is Nigerian. So if you are doing something that only affects your mommy, your daddy, and your sister and brother, it's not bad, but there's a limit how far you can go. Do you understand? So what can we do? We need to create strategies to engage institutions. Look at this Data Science Nigeria I mentioned earlier on. Last year, 2024, when I read through there, because while I was preparing for this, I went to even check what is their turnover. This thing was led by one man, just an NGO in Nigeria. Their budget last year alone was over $3 million. They have grants from Bill Gates, Ford Foundation, blah, blah. How could they scale? Because they began to engage institutional resources. Do you understand? So you need to create strategies that will help you to draw funds from institutions, thousands of won, millions of won, billions of won, dollars, right? You need to engage training programs, research and development centers, industry, academia, partnerships. And finally, and definitely, a lot more could be done if government is serious, if government wakes up. A lot more could be done if government is serious. It's very serious. And I'm not here to advise government, but I'll just write, because I don't know if I was standing before the president, I don't know, maybe to make a difference. But now, definitely they can do diaspora programs, innovation grants, sabbatical schemes that can help people overseas to come back home for some time. They can do tech transfer incentives. They can have mentorship networks and platforms. What, therefore, can you do now? Everybody say, what can I do now? What can I do now? Number one, you can stay connected back home. Don't say I've left home and that's it for life. I don't know what they did to you, but don't be angry, please. Please don't be angry. Stay connected. All right? Maintain ties with your former institutions, friends, and colleagues back at home. And continue to ask, what can I do? What can I do? Even if what you can do is to pay this, you can sponsor one student to complete a degree, to work in a research lab. That's something. What can you do? Mentor someone. Share knowledge. Build your expertise. Because you can only take people as far as you go. You cannot take them higher than where you reach. How can you do that? When I realized this, I vowed that I was successful. I didn't, not because of myself, but I realized that my failure is limiting those below me. So I said I must not fail, so that I can bring more people up. I don't know if you could, how many people make such a resolution today? No matter how talented you are, if you are not successful, you cannot help people. Do you understand? I'm trying to see it. People are crying for help at home. We're like, they're so limited what I can even do even though I'm here. They look at you as their Messiah, as one that can save them. But you yourself know you are not Messiah. You cannot save them. But the point is, you need salvation yourself, right? So the key point is, you must have a drive in you and must succeed so that I can drive and bring up others. You need to think long term. Plan your career so that Nigeria can benefit from it in the future. And advocate. Use every opportunity you have to continue to advocate for change and improvements. Therefore, I hope that with these few points of mine, I've been able to let you know that we can make a difference. You are already in the diaspora network. You can make a difference. You can do something. You can create change. You can create change. And I hope somebody from here is going to move from this point and start doing something, and not just sit down with analyzing the problems and the issues of our continent and insulting the people back at home who are not doing it well. We're going to say, even though right here in my small little corner, I'm going to shine the light and make a change. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Please let's give him another round of applause. I know one of the benefits of coming to this gathering is that I made mention of that at the start of this program, that one of the unique selling points of coming to NSA-KNU is that you have a confluence, a congregation of eggheads, and I'm very sure I have not been called a liar. So with this presentation, thank you so much for that wonderful, inspiring presentation about how to make our country better. It's indeed a very, very well delivered speech. And while he was presenting, I know there will be a lot of Yorubas who call it Jaraborabu. And by the word, if you don't know the meaning, when you say something is Jaraborabu, that means it is roaring. It is roaring inside your stomach about what are those things that I can do to make our country better. We normally, naturally in Nigeria, if they tell you Nigeria will be better, in Nigeria, we will still be the one to look at you and man, you might be deceiving yourself. That country can never be better. But one very, very captivating start of this presentation was the example Dr. gave. He gave the example of China and Korea. So these countries were worse. Nigeria has never been in a situation economically. It has never been in a situation as bad as when China and Korea were bad. They were fighting war, they were fighting civil war, they were in hunger. There has never been a nationwide famine as it was in the time of China. They died in millions. The only time I can say we have famine in Nigeria was the time of wet here. And that one is artificial shortage of food. So Nigeria has a lot of potential when it is compared to other countries that is being used as an example. However, As a researcher, the problem has been identified and the problem solution has been preferred to us. It is now left for us to make use of that solution that has been provided. And I hope and pray God Almighty assist us in making it a reality. Now, as sweet as the presentation was, one thing I'd like to point out is that there is also little that we can do from afar. So the Kim's Mafia, so Mr. Kim has to sacrifice himself to come back to South Korea. But as our lecturer was discussing this, something occurred to me that there is, yes, there is when there is a government support, there is a limit to where you can reach. And another example is that I watched a documentary not too long ago about how Korea became a superpower that they have today. It was that the government decided to empower some industries. They borrowed money from America and everything, and they empowered some industries like Samsung, Hyundai, Kia, and LG. They empowered them. We went to go and borrow money from US, from these places, and we are going to give it to you. And we are expecting you to produce this kind of result for us. Now, if that one happens in Nigeria, government should go and borrow money from World Bank, and you should go and give it to Akintola and Co. industry. Before you know it, that's the problem with we Nigerians. So we always looking for ways in which we are going to benefit maximally with little output, to give little output. So it has to do with our mindset also, that we have to change the way we think about ourselves and our country. I have many things to ask our lecturer, but for the sake of time, I would keep my own short. I will keep it in my pocket. Maybe if there is no question regarding that, I will ask. So, before we proceed, let us do one more count. I think we have one winner already, Mr. Sena, and we have another winner. Tessa. Now we are going to do the last one. So both Husseina and Tessa might not win this. No, even if they pursue, they cannot win it. So even if they pursue, they cannot win. So okay, NSA member. So if you are an NSA member, so this is a chance for you. Our Alejos have won the games, so it's time for you to. The first 10 people to register would have the chance to win. So get ready to join. You can scan the code. At least we are giving you a chance to win something. We are giving you a chance to win participants. Mr. Tinubu, what are you looking for? So participant limits reached. I would like to use this medium to welcome our welfare committee, and they are coming in. They are doing a hell of a job, and we Almighty God reward them abundantly. So now the first question is coming up for the winner. Who is the first vice president of NSA 2009? 2009, NSA 2009. I'm sorry, 2019. Engineer Awal, Dr. Adbash, Dr. Wilari, Engineer it's only Dr. Bashir. So next, who is Goswin? Wow, that's a very, very quick guess. Who is most likely to fail a Korean? It's out. It's out. It's out now. Hey, it's out. Who is B? I mean, I don't know acronym. Oh, this HO is now saying that again. So, next, which of the following is the NSA-KNU motto? MRGO. In unity we stand. Together we build. Unity, commitment, and government. Forward never, backward never. So the next B. B without B, B is like a train without an engine. Who is B? Bluebird, yeah. And nobody is B. Okay. Mr. Bayoni. Mr. Bayoni. Don't run away. The following are current PhD students except who must say Change something is a PhD student in it. Okay. Why is my feeling? Let me know. Okay. Next question. Which of the following has stayed in Korea the longest? I should see my name there. Drab, case something. Drab, lose Marcelo. It's tricky. No, Marcelo came before case something. Serious? Yeah, it's true. Let me see if you can 4 million that. All of those are no. This is too much now. You combine two. I know it's correct. Okay. Taiwan. Except this J. Jonathan is Jonathan. It's Jonathan. All our current NSA executive except Israel Isaac Abubakar. Yes, simple now. Yes, simple. People say English. Oh my God. Am I give up? Actually, J is hot. All of those people have at least one of their family members here, except Emma census. Elena Villa. They say you know your family here. Is it true? Is it true? It's not wrong. It's not. It's wrong answer. And now there's your family. Where's the no fair? This is wrong answer. Wrong answer. We'll cancel this point. Who would win the award for the most gentle NSA member? Engineer carry the bow. Engineer is the sake. Israel go gentle. Two wrong answers. Who is correct? What is correct? Khalid is gentle. It's the opposite of gentle. It's a gentle Khalid. No, wrong answer. Where is J? It's J that is winning. The last question. Which of the following is not the KNU campus? Very simple now. Let me give Oridu. It's a Gomina. It's going very simple. Someone still chose Sanchu and Chilgo. So, it's not an NSA member, obviously. So, actually, Thank you so much, everyone, for participating. Please let's give ourselves a round of applause. Now, our organizers, please, we are moving to the panel session discussion. About arrange the one year. So please help us arrange. Yeah. And you have news. Eh? Where's God's will? When did God's will? I remember unofficially announced Jay as the winner. Wow, wow, wow. Clock it, clock it. Okay, bye. Same over. It's like doing Korean. What is clocking in this thing now? I want to buy it. It's wrong. Change it like clock it. So wow. Now we have we have Tessa, we have Godswill. Thank you so much. I'm not the one that is sharing gift to go and meet the president. He will give you a gift. So now we move on to the final session, and that will form a kind of a discussion and deliberation on what has been discussed so far, from brain drain to brain gain, transferring diaspora knowledge and emerging technologies for Africa's progress. Among the emerging technologies that we have is the advent of the artificial intelligence. It's even surprising that intelligence can also be artificial. So that means we can borrow intelligence somewhere else. So now we will be discussing how to transform education in the AI era. Now it's now easy for us to publish a paper. Just put it with the right prompt. Put it in ChatGPT. Put it in Google Gemini. Put it in Microsoft. What's that of Microsoft? No, Copilot. Before you know it, paper don't set. So, but how do we transform education? Yes, there is a kind of argument regarding the fact that it is spoiling the way we think. But before the advent of calculator, before the advent of computer, people used to think that when you use abacus, I can remember very well when we were in primary school, our teachers used to teach us, we must memorize it. The squares of number from 1 to 30. 1 square, 1, 2 square, 4, 3 square, 9, 4 square, 16, 5 square, all those things. We used to memorize all those things, that. Don't use calculator. Is this, is that? Yes, good. I agreed. Even we have this Olympiad now that they'll be telling them to do some crazy mathematical questions offhand, and they will still be getting the answers right. So, but with this advent of AI, now it's becoming a problem for the educational sector to also get, we want to know who is the best among this, who's the best among that, and that's a big problem. So we'll be discussing how we can transform education in the AI era, Africa's workforce for global discourse. So I would like to call to the podium, starting from the first person on the list, Ms. Husseina Abdullahi, who is a Salesforce consultant at Fiduciary Tech in South Korea. And she has been a very, very big member of the Nigerian community in the whole of Korea. If you are a student, and you do not know Husseina, we will question your studentship. No. So we'll question your studentship. So it's good to have her here with us. And also joining her on the podium is our very own Dr. Hamid Obashi Kore. So please come to the podium to also join a panel of discussion. Please then give them a round of applause. You know it to become Dr. Fa. Hey, so now I would also like to introduce to us Mr. Nuruddin Kamil, all the way from Kubernetes. It says Kubernetes. So from Poland, he will be joining us online. He's here already, yes, I can see that. So, and also he's a senior system engineer And also joining us on the podium is Dr. Solomon Ajani. Dr. Solomon, fine. Where is Auntie and the back at the often? Please give me a round of applause. So, and also to moderate this panel discussion within the limited time that has been given is our very own, and I think now I can call the name correctly, Miss Miss Kezia Oluwatui. Please come to the podium to coordinate the panel discussion. Please let's give her a round of applause. And the topic of discussion. Now, this is yes, we have a leading panelists. So, but the discussion amongst us is transforming education in the AI era and Africa's workforce for global discourse. So, what we are going to do is that we are going to this microphone is to no, like one go. I think it's Shidi, it is for those that are online, right?
Yeah.
No, if we unmute this one, it will cover. No need to. It will cover.
This will come.
Yeah, like normal unmute your
Phone, right?
okay. So it will cover.
Over to you.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. My name is Toyin Bukola, and I'll be the panel moderator for this section titled Enhancing or Using AI in the Educational Sector. And the panel section will go like this. Okay. Each panelist would give us what they have for us, and then afterwards, we have a question and answer section, which I'll be asking them questions, and then afterwards the audience will also ask them questions. So we're going to start We're going to be starting with Dr. Ahmed, and we would love to hear your opinion on transforming education in the AI era.
Hello everyone. Basically, it's a wonderful privilege to be able to speak to colleagues who know so much specialty around that. So AI does not really need introduction these days. So it's so common that almost everybody uses it. So but the thing there is that how is it really shaping our education? So I was with one of my professors that shared my thesis defense yesterday. So we were literally having a discussion around AI. I'm sorry to share this personal discussion, but it fits into the theme of discussion. So we're discussing about AI and the likes. So he was given something to do by some other professor in the academics, so to develop speech translation model. So, but he was busy, so he decided to use AI to generate. So AI professor using AI to generate code and the like. So the code was not really behaving as expected, kind of too buggy, and it worked, but it kind of not delivering as expected. So the professor was now like asking me, do I have some kind of experience or background around that and something like that. So that's on the side of professor. Professors are also using AI to do something, one thing or the other. But okay. So on the side of the student, but he also complained about some of his students, like he gave them assignments and 90% of the students actually submitted the assignments. So the same question, you repeated it in the exam. Only less than 5% actually did that in the exam. The same question. So he was able to come to the conclusion that maybe most of them actually use AI, because the common assumption previously is that once you're able to give someone question in assignment and you're able to deliver the result and they got something very fantabulous about it, then we are safe to repeat the same thing in the exam and maybe they will be able to do that. But AI is changing a lot of things regarding that. So, and AI is really, really so easily accessible that almost even in Africa, I'm not saying Africa is backward, but once you have internet and virtually all African countries are connected, so they can also access it, which means students are also in Africa also have access to AI. But we still need to go back to some fundamental around it, because if we keep also relying on AI as the go-to for everything, we will begin to question the kind of certificate we will be having. So, because you did well in the assignment, but the same question you're not able to answer it. And also on the side of the professor also use AI to generate codes, and then to fit the work becomes a problem or issue like that. So AI has the good parts. I mean, you can use it as assistive to do so many things. So, but coming to Africa, we have the population. Okay, so we are already, I would say we already missed out in the era of internet, because internet got to us in 5 maybe 8, but this is AI. We need to work on how the education and AI could sync, and also not just to use the technology. Everybody is good in using technology, but when it comes to being able to get our hand dirty in the area of AI, it's not just about using; it's now more about how we can make a distinct move around it. I'll give a similitude that happened during our own. I mean, I'm still young a little, but during our own time, we will usually make comment that those that write Python code, they are just joking, or those that do the C++ and C and programmers. But the question is, what about those that write assembly? Does anybody still write assembly language these days? We still need to have some people in that era, because even without all these human inputs, like those that write C++, those that write assembly, the AI will have nothing to learn from. So the point there is that we still need to have someone or some set of people in that category, and also while we are also evolving. AI is here to be a companion, but not a complete replacement for what we have been doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the insightful opinion of Dr. Amethyst, just saying that we need to know how to balance AI with human, and doing that it's a complement, not like something that is supposed to replace human efforts. Thank you very much for that. Moving on, we would love to hear from Susanna on our opinion on transforming education in the AI era.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I want to start by saying thank you, NSA-KNU, for always inviting me and giving me the opportunity to speak to everybody. I'm always happy to come today, because it feels like coming home and seeing familiar faces. So when I was invited to speak as a panelist, I thought a lot about what I was going to say and how to say it, because now that we are all on the internet, we're seeing similar information. Everybody AI this and is inspired to aspire. So most times it's like we're hearing things we have heard before. So I'm like, okay, I want to say something that at least impact even if it's one or two people, to see how they can apply that change to their daily life. So the approach, or my approach to this topic, is more on how we can change how we are seeing AI right now. Because I think when something new is happening, most times we are seeing it as a consumer. Like, this thing is happening somewhere and we are consuming that thing. we don't really consider ourselves as part of the people making or creating or contributing to the direction that that thing is. And that is what I would like to focus, having the mindset of being a creator and owner and somebody that is part of people shaping things. Because it's still in its early stage, a lot of opportunities are springing. And like other technologies that have come in the past, this is something that could also be missed. But we still have the chance to be like, okay, even though I am not in this field, I'm not an expert, how do I learn? And in my current way of operating, how can I impute it? Or how can I create to contribute to it? Because most times we automatically exclude ourselves from topics that seems very far from our reach or something that we just don't feel like this is not something that I know, or we just see things that are too far away from us. But most of the times, the people who are doing those things, they're not that far. They took little steps to build knowledge and act on those knowledge. So approaching it from educating ourselves to own those things, and then that's when we can now think of how we can transfer that knowledge. First, transfer it to ourselves before talking about those that are back home and how we want to transfer it to them. Yes, so, and another thing I would like to say is to not approach AI with fear, because I think a lot of people are quite pessimistic, and I understand why, because a lot of realistic videos are coming up where you cannot tell if it's human or AI anymore. So people are afraid that it's going out of hand. Hopefully it will be regulated in the future, but fear of AI changing things as we know is it's inevitable. So rather than fearing it, it's to be like, okay, this thing is already here to stay. So how can I adjust myself? How can I think differently? Because as new technologies are coming, systems and education is supposed to adjust to those things. So our current traditional education, I'm not sure if the system has existed for 100 years. So I think the incorrect approach would be try to stick to the current education system we have now and see how we can prevent students from using AI. We'll have to think of a different way that students can use AI to enhance and still gain knowledge. So we really need to do a lot of experimenting, trying new things. When we see that it's, what do you call it? It's proving positive, by showing positive results, then we can share those experiments and tests. And it doesn't have to be something too technical. Just let's say maybe if I learned something new or how to do something faster, I could just share with my siblings and they could just share with people, or I could, as the keynote speaker said, just mentoring people around you. And before you know, that way, more people would be thinking of, oh, okay, I don't just have to be asking ChatGPT things, or I don't just have to be putting prompts. I can be the one who creates a system that other people can also use. So that is my approach. Let's come to the driver's seat, see it as something that you two can also own, run, contribute to. You can also direct it. It's a lot of opportunities. Yes, so thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for that. I actually picked something from what she said. She said we shouldn't approach AI with fear. And I think that for every one of us, we sometimes don't approach some things in our life with fear. So why should we kind of dabble around AI? Thank you for that. Thank you very much. Moving on, we have Mr. Nuruddin, who is online. He's going to be giving us his opinions on AI and educational sector. Thank you.
Hi, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting me, first of all, and it's very early for me, to be honest. I had to really wake up early to join this session because of the time zone difference. I think for me, the topic is a very interesting thing, and like we, the other panelists have spoken, we are in the era, we need to accept the era. And interesting thing is, I remember when I was very young, when people talk about 2025, right? We see it as a futuristic year, a year in which you are going to have everything digitalized and stuff like that, right? And 2 or 3 years ago, the moment we had the first generative AI, which was ChatGPT, it basically changed a lot of things, right? And started bringing innovations. People started moving into AI, and here we are right now. This is December, and I can tell you that the 2025 that we saw about 10, 20 years ago has delivered some things to us, right? And right now, everybody is looking into the next 25 years, which is 2050. And by 2050, I mean that, more advancement in technology, more digitalization of things, which talks about the fact that are we ready for this? And that's one of the reasons why I appreciate the topic of discussion, which has to do with, transforming the education in Africa system. Now, I'm going to attack this from a perspective of an IT specialist, which I am. And when we talk about education in this, in this context, I'm not talking about the conventional schooling system, but instead, I'm talking about, educating people about AI itself. And one thing I've seen with the approach that people take or, use on this has to do with, everybody getting to know about AI itself. Not everyone needs to be a coder for me, because I feel like African, when you think about Africa, when you think about Kenya, when you think about Nigeria, when you think about other African countries, right? We are known for particular things, right? We are known to be agriculturists. We are known to be linguists, right? Or linguists. We are also known for our culture and at the same time other important things, right? So for me, I feel like when it comes to AI and how do we change the education system, we have to look into how best we can use AI to develop and to build what we are known for, right? Not everybody needs to be a developer, like I had mentioned. But if you want to use AI to transform the agriculture sector itself, right? The question is that the people in the farm, the small scale farmers, do they understand the fundamentals, the basics of AI itself? Can they be able to use at least their mobile application on their phone to be able to, do some survey on their land to know the health of the crop that they are building, right? Because these are the ease that, AI gives to us. Yes, we have a large workforce, which is agreed, right? But at the same time, many of these people that are involved in these things that we are looking for are people of like 30, 40, 50 years and above. And many of them do not really understand the fundamentals of this technology. Another thing has to do with the government itself. When I talk about the government, I feel like the government is not really enhancing or helping when it comes to AI. In Europe, for example, we have what we call the EU AI Act, which talks about AI governance. How do people use AI? What are the laws? And how do you use AI respectively or responsibly? But in Africa here right now, I can tell you that we do not have anything when it comes to this. The only thing I am 100% sure that we have in Africa has to do with what the African Union, initiated about 1 year ago, that's 2024, where they talked about the African Union AI Convention, Continental Strategy. This basically was talking about, what should be the guide when it comes to, adopting or developing AI in Africa. And it was a continental strategy because they wanted every African nations to go with this guide. Now, different African nations went to also bring their own strategy. Kenya brought in their own, they call it, I think Kenya Mission 2025 to 2030. Africa brought in their own. Nigeria also brought in their own, they call their own NICE, Nigeria National AI Strategy, even though they did not publish it. The thing just ended as a draft, right? But one thing I have seen from this thing is the fact that most of these strategies that we talk about only explain what we want. We don't explain how do we want this. And many of these strategies also lack when, because many of them do not have KPIs. You can take your phone, go and read through different African countries, South Africa, Kenya, Nigeria. They are always giving information about what we want to do, but we don't understand how do we get it. It lacks very good implementation plan. And these are the things that are going to help us to get to that height we want when it comes to AI. And the problem is the data generators ourselves. The data generators are the people in the healthcare industry, the people in the agri farm, the people in the education system, because these are the people that everything in AI has to do with data, right? So if you want to use AI to improve agriculture, the farmer needs to understand how to generate clean data that can be used for AI training and modeling. And when these things, we don't need them to be experts, right? We just need them to be able to do the basics, to contextualize, to understand. Because with this, they can have critical thinking and be able to say that, okay, yes, we can use AI to improve this particular feed in our process. So for me, I will always address it from the concept of education, not the schooling system right now. And it's more dependent of the governor, of the government, and how best they can help to assist this. So that's all I have for now.
One of the great things, opinion, for what I got, you're saying that we should streamline our AI technology and not just follow the crowd. Thank you very much for that. Last but not least, on our list, we have Dr. Solomon Ajani. Yes.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for having me. Well, I like to address this from two perspectives. First, I would like to look at this from the perspective of education. And the reason is because it is very important that we understand that some of the solutions that we have now are not actually scalable to the African domain. Okay? And most times when we talk about AI now, what comes naturally to people's mind are the language models. But let me give an example. Now, everybody is moving from manual vehicles to autonomous vehicles, right? I can assure you, if we take some of those Tesla cars to Africa, it is going to be disastrous, okay? Because our setup and our culture right now cannot support those systems. They were built on data, just like the last speaker said, that are Western-centric, okay? And the reason why we need to address this from an educational perspective is because we need to start educating our own people, not as users, but as developers who are able to develop something that can work for our own system, okay? In our culture, there are certain things that are not allowed. Everybody has ChatGPT. You go and you type. It gives you things that are not compatible with your culture. And there is nothing you can do about it because the data with which it has been built is not culturally, it's culturally biased, thank you, to our own culture. So from an educational perspective, I want us to understand that it's not just about using these systems. What we need to start doing is to start ensuring that we educate people properly. And I give an example. When I was in the university, it was so surprising that I graduated from the university and I did not really know what a neural network is. And I had courses on expert systems, artificial intelligence. So I'm asking, what were we taught? Okay. I went to Egypt for my master's and I see undergraduate students doing things. So I'm asking myself, at what point of my life was I supposed to be taught this? Because when I go to the class, the professor says to me, oh, you are already supposed to know this. I'm asking, I don't know it. But the guy is saying, well, that's your problem. You're supposed to know this. You're supposed to know this. So I think that from an educational perspective, we need to get back to the drawing board. We need to speak to different stakeholders and begin to not just teach people how to use AI, begin to teach people the fundamentals that are needed to begin to build some of these systems. Okay? So I think that is the first perspective. Now, the second perspective will have to do with using some of these systems. Well, in the use of these systems, I think we need to be a little bit conservative. Okay? The reason why I say this is because if we will focus on developing some of these systems, then our use of these systems must be curtailed. Because if we become users without any level of constraints, we will not become builders. I can assure you of that. Because sometimes when you see people behind some of these systems, there are fundamentals that they understand. But right now, if we focus solely on using these systems, we will lose touch with those fundamentals, and then we will not be able to build. So I think that we need to be very conservative when it has to do with the use of some of these systems. And at the same time, we need to ensure that our education is well-rounded so that we can build people who can use some of these things. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Talk about us going back to the fundamentals. And with that, I remember when I did my master's thesis, I used to think that I'm a pro in PowerPoint design. So when I did my master's thesis, the supervisors were like, your master's, your PowerPoint is rubbish. It's not aligned and all. And I was wondering, like, why should it, like, it looks okay. And then when I went further, I realized that I really didn't learn the things based on like going back to the fundamental. I just had this Nigerian mentality of do it and let it just be done. So yes, yeah, we really need to go back to the fundamental. With that, I think we have finished the panel section and we did short time, so we have like a lot of time for questions and answers. And I have a lot of questions here, but I would have to like reshuffle them. And one of my questions returns to Mr. Nuruddin and Dr. Solomon. I want to ask, like, should we follow the system, the AI system that is going on around, or should we like coin or carve out for ourselves our own path with AI? And if we should carve out our own path, what path do you think we should go? That's for Nigeria and Africa. What path do you think we should take? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I think it still, buttresses the point I mentioned earlier that, Africans are known for some things, right? And for me, I feel like Europeans, or let me say the whites, are also known for some specialization, right? And when it comes to, when it comes to advanced technology and stuff like that, they are always number one when it comes to some of these things, right? But when it comes to things like agriculture, like I gave an example earlier, this is what we are known for. We are known for culture, we are known for art and stuff like that. So for me, I feel it is very good if we can try to, build on what we already have strength in. And that will help us advance very well at a fast rate, especially with the fact that AI can quickly pick up things and help us build, and also make us very competitive in the global markets. Another interesting thing is that it will also make many of our youth reliable, because one of the things I have seen when it comes to Africa is that when we talk about this jackpot of a thing, right? Many people that leave Africa today, by the time they get to Europe or anywhere in the world, it's so difficult for them to actually, live and sustain themselves, because of the fact that the level of understanding that they have, or the level of awareness that they have in Nigeria, is far different than what they have here in the, in the foreign land. Just like the previous speaker said, he's talked about the fact that he never knew about neural network. It's more because of the fact that, we are not giving ourselves that opportunity. Another important thing has to do with data sovereignty, because I think it's an important thing. Whenever we say we want to go into the path of, AI, building ourselves, building the models and stuff like that, right? Data sovereignty is important because of the fact that you need to understand that when you are using AI, we need to understand what is the security that has to deal with AI itself. I can give you an example. About 6 or 7 months ago, I was trying to develop an AI tool for the healthcare industry. I called that AI tool Nurse Nkiru. And what Nurse Nkiru was going to do was basically to help doctors to improve the relationship and also their diagnosis with their clients and stuff like that, right? Upon exposing this to a subset of doctors or hospitals in Nigeria, few things I was able to understand. Number one thing I was able to identify from it was the fact that our doctors, or let me say the people we have in Nigeria, are not yet ready to accept the change. What this tool was going to do was just a simple thing. What it was going to do was just to take note that it listens to the doctor and the patient conversation during the appointment. It takes note of that particular thing and also gives the doctors a summary after that particular appointment. Another thing is, even before the appointment, this tool is going to go through that person's, that is the user or the patient's health document and tell you that, okay, this is the medical history of this person, which could help influence the doctor's, diagnosis of that particular person. Now, upon introducing this to the set of people I told you about, right? Number one thing is that they were not ready for the change because of the fact that they were afraid to adopt the technology. Number two thing is that many of the things we do in Nigeria right now are not digitalized. About 50 to 60% of the hospitals we have in Nigeria still use paper record for many of these appointments, things that should be digitalized. And when we talk about data, right, for AI to build and improve itself, it needs to be able to extract this data. And whoever is responsible for this data needs to know how to protect this data. Up to today, in the US, for example, we have HIPAA. HIPAA is like, a protection when it comes to, healthcare industry. In Nigeria, we never have any data protection law when it comes to healthcare industry or stuff like that. But instead, we use the National Data Protection Framework, which basically governs everything in general. So for me, I feel like to build ourselves, we need to go in line of what we are known for. We need to identify or prioritize what are the things that matters to us. Healthcare matters to us. Education matters to us, right? Agriculture matters to us because every time we export. Doing this as well, we need to understand that we don't need large infrastructures for many of these things. We just need to understand the fundamentals. We need to be able to know what data ownership is, and at the same time, leverage on the data generators, which are the people that are working in these industries. So that's it.
Thank you for that.
All right, thank you for the question. So I want to use Korea as an example for us. And what I want to buttress is that we need our own solutions. For example, Kakao is like a rival to WhatsApp. And when you use Kakao, you use WhatsApp, you can feel the ingenuity that is infused into Kakao, okay? And for many of us, I'm sure nobody here uses this or Google Map, okay? You use either Kakao Map or now. These are homegrown solutions. They used their data and they were able to do something far better than what you have on the Western side. So we will need to actually have our own homegrown solution, especially because our terrain, okay, we introduce a lot of limitations and complexity into the data sets that we will leverage in order to build some of these solutions. And I also like to give an example. So a few weeks ago, we were consulting for a firm in South Africa. They needed a chatbot for some stuffs. And while we were discussing it, I discovered that the company had also called a guy from the Netherlands. And the guy, without so much discussion, he gave them a solution. And I was asking, because I was consulting for the firm and he's a client, so I was asking him, okay, the solution that you have, how have you gone about this solution? And he was explaining. Then I told him, I said, what you have done now is that you have exposed all the intellectual property of this company to the AI, because you just use an API. What we don't know is that some of the informations that we provide to some of these systems are being used as data to retrain some of these systems. So, but the company I'm consulting from, I don't know what was wrong with them. They just saw something watching and they said, oh, don't worry. So they went back to their own clients and their client said, no, we can't allow our information, blah, blah, blah. So they came back and said, this and this was what the company said. And I told them, but these were the things I told you initially, and you refused. Now, why am I bringing this up? Most of the solutions that we have in Korea, if you take them to Nigeria or Africa, you will be in trouble very soon. For example, your ATM. If you have your ATM here, you don't need a password to just swipe the ATM, right? You can try something like that in Nigeria. Just the other day, I was passing, I discovered someone has misplaced his or her ATM, and it was just lying there. Nobody was taking it. And there was no instinct of, why not? So we need to build our own solutions. Very important. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Dr. Ahmed, we talked about, Dr. Solomon talked about having to have fundamentals, that fundamentals that need to be taught. What are the fundamentals or skills you think that instructors in Africa or in Nigeria, what are the AI fundamentals you think that the educational sector needs to start from? Thank you.
Funny enough, I happened to take a boot camp recently that has to do with teaching AI to those undergraduates and those in the working class are thinking of transitioning into the industry. So, firstly, my initial approach was to teach them the raw fundamentals that I feel like it's necessary for them to be able to fit into the AI community. So, but apparently my assumption is kind of wrong in the sense that after like 2 or 1 month of the boot camp, I noticed the class started reducing. So from about 300 or 298 students, I got almost 50% reduction. So I begin to question myself on what's wrong. So here is my own view. Firstly, it's not just about what you feel is the fundamental that you should ingest into them. It's also about the capability of those that are also trying to take or consume the information. Okay, so I had to take some opinion sample from the class, and then I asked them, what are your expectations? So, but the whole story boils down to being able to get their hand dirty, like being able to do something, not just the mathematical formulation, the theoretical background, and the likes. So it brings me to the point that if you are going to probably the education for the fundamental regarding AI, coding should not be the restriction that is limiting someone to go into AI. Coding is necessary, it's good, but it's not all about coding. So if you don't have coding background, it's okay to strive in the AI community. So, but there is limit to be able to go. That's because most of the things you come across that are free, that are open, they are in coding form. So if you have to use non-code based approach, then you have to leverage on some existing tools. So that's one. Coding is a good thing, but it shouldn't be the limiting criteria to enter into AI. The other thing there is that understanding the theoretical background from linguistic point of view, rather than mathematics point of view, is also something we need to balance between. AI is mathematics, regardless of whatever ChatGPT is giving. The underlying thing there is mathematics. You'll be surprised that it's even matrix multiplication and some other things like that. So, but in our own community to involve everybody, to carry everyone along, don't let the mathematics overwhelm a lot of people. That largest percentage of those that you're going to be teaching will probably dislike mathematics. We know ourselves, like most of us that went for engineering or that went for mathematics or statistics, we believe like we are the mathematics guru in what's it called in the class. So, but really, if you ask most of our art students, they really don't like that in mathematics, or most of our commercial students. Few weeks ago or last month, there was a kind of a debate or in the legislation, as of legislation that whether they should scrap mathematics as part of requirement for to gain admission into the institution. While some people are of the opinion that mathematics shouldn't be compulsory for them to be able to like gain their own course of ambition around it. Some were of the opinion that yes, mathematics is required, is important. What are we expecting if there is no mathematics? But that aside, mathematics should not be the thing that will prevent us from communicating the knowledge of AI to those that are going to take the knowledge. So, two things that I agree. Coding is important for AI, but it shouldn't be the barrier to impart the knowledge. Mathematics is AI, but it shouldn't be the limiting criteria for you to be able to impart the knowledge around AI. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you. Mr. Sena, you said that we shouldn't approach AI with fear. So I'm asking, at what level do you think that the AI skills that Mr. Ahmed talked about should, what level or like of our education should this be integrated? Should it be from like the primary school or like the secondary school or university? And normally we see that in countries like China, they will often start from primary school, like start like difficult to me, difficult AI from primary school. Do you think we should follow that based on our kind of factors, our social and educational factors? Yes.
Okay, thank you for the question. Yes, so I think we definitely need to start as early as possible. So primary school, and even before we get to the students, the most important is the teachers. We need to first build the capacity of people who are capable to pass on that knowledge. And currently, I think the education system, we have not produced the best teachers. So first, training those people in these AI systems, and then starting from early what for the education like primary school would be the best way so that kids are familiar with it and they're interacting with it in different ways. So when they get older into junior, senior, and university, they're doing more advanced things than people who were there before them. So yeah, that's my answer.
Thank you for that. Thank you very much. I have one question to throw to Mr. Nuruddin. I want to ask, what is the realistic timeline for us meeting up to maybe the global standards? And if there's no meeting up, like what you in 10 years time, what do you see Africa in terms of AI, the educational sector? Do you think feels like matching up to some places? Okay, where do you see Nigeria? Let us go other countries. Sorry, Ghana. Where do you see Nigeria matching up in AI? Thank you.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. When you say where you have in Nigeria, I think at the beginning of my speech, I said the fact that every country came up with their AI strategy, right? And Nigeria has this nice, which was never published. It's still a draft since 2024 of August. And I think the guest speaker also talked about the fact that we have the DSA, and that is the Data Science Nigeria, which is just an NGO that is trying to build and help people. So I'm going to try to bring it from, an optimistic part of, of things. And one thing is that when it comes to the technical know-how, right, we have a lot of youth in Nigeria day to day. They are very good. They are doing a lot of things, right? We have, community meetups and stuff like that. They are doing things and well. But everything they are doing is with the Western mindset. By the Western mindset, I mean that the Westerners are building AI for profit. And if we continue to build AI for profit, we are not going to develop. In Africa, or I think in South Africa, there is a concept called Ubuntu. Ubuntu basically makes I am because we are, right? Ubuntu promotes what we talk about, community development, togetherness, interconnectiveness, right? And if we basically focus or shift our mindset to building AI that can help people, AI that can solve our problem, AI that can be included into our natural or local languages, right? For example, AI that are more focused on our problem, like African problems and stuff like that, right? Few things, it's going to promote community participation because of the fact that to do AI, to get data to build AI, it's not about just the developers, like I said earlier, right? It's going to promote participation. Number two, it's going to help us also preserve our cultural knowledge. Number three, up till now, AI is still having issues with biasness. I think one of the panelists also said that, right? It's going to help us solve this biasness that makes us also vulnerable. Another thing is that there is going to be digital, it's going to help us avoid digital colonialism. By digital colonialism, every time our data are being shipped to the foreigners to actually help build their AI solutions. But if we have this mindset, we are going to focus more on what is going to help us. Research are going to be shared, and we can help, improve the whole African, development at a large. So I won't say there is a time, there is a strategy, they have what they want to achieve, but I hope that, with time and with the way we are seeing things develop, everybody can start to look into how and when do we achieve it based on finding KPIs. A country like Kenya, for example, right? I think for the Kenya AI strategy, it's actually well detailed. I could basically understand whatever they were writing in their documentation. And even up till now, we see that many of these technologies, Kenya is always one of the top countries that usually adopt it. When we had the age of solars back then as well, Kenya was also one of the countries that quickly adopted, this new technology. So if everybody can start to follow this, and I believe in Africa we have about 54 nations, right? If we can share resources together, we can share data standards together, if we can collaborate together, then we can innovate together to help build the country at large. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Ahmed, the realistic timeline, what do you think? 10 to 15, 20 years. Okay, I'll push it to 20 years. Yes, 20 to 45, 20 now.
Honestly, that would be difficult to answer. But I would say that with the current trend, I mean, according to what the keynote speaker said about how the movement of the immigration of most Africans to the foreign countries or to other countries, and the giving back to the community, if there is a kind of much more increment in the giving back to the community, the prospect will be higher. So, but according to what I have observed in, let's say Nigeria, for example, I think the path is already ongoing. For me, as a person that I'm in diaspora and I am teaching AI course remotely, and I'm also still preparing some documents and some curriculum around that. I would say we are still in the path, but to mention this specific timeline, honestly, that would be difficult. But I think we are in the path. That's what I would like.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I the policy analyst, I know that one thing that we always do when we try to develop our national program, we try to like give it like 2050 and then get strategy to 2050. And so for now, we're saying that 2050 might not be. Yeah, thank you for that. Dr. Solomon, so let's say in a scenario where you are like you are the Minister of Education and you're trying to get us to achieve 2100. Yeah, AI by 2100. 2050 is not like sure. So what are the things you think that you're going to integrate, and what are the ones you think you're going to improve, and at what level of our education?
All right. Thank you. Well, I think at first there will be need for a lot of consultations with a lot of stakeholders because you don't just quickly remove some things and just add in some things, except that there is a lot of consultation that is required. But first, from a government perspective, I think there's a lot that the government needs to do in order to help with this AI discussion. Because one of the things we need to understand is that some of these big AI companies that as of now, OpenAI has not broken even in terms of profits. Those guys, yes, they have people, clients who subscribe to their, but they are still in debt to billions, like they've not broken even. And but they have a lot of support from governments, from agencies. So I think at first, because sometimes when we talk about this education, so let me give us an example. When I was in school, we do programming, which is good. Sometimes it's not necessarily about overhauling the curriculum, but you know, when we write codes, we had run the code. You write the code on paper, and then you run it in your mind. So you know if the code is working or not. That's what we did. My first time in Egypt, I was taking a course, and I was told that today is my exam. I need to bring my laptop to the exam hall, and everything I want to write, I'm going to do it on that laptop, and it needs to work. Okay? So it's not just, we did programming, we did Java, we did C, but if we be sincere with ourselves, we wrote it on paper and we had run them in our mind. So one of the things that we need to do is that some of the things that we have currently, it's not so bad, but we need to come to the practicality of some of these things. We need labs, we need machines, we need hands-on tools. This is very important. I think this is one of the major things that we need to focus on. Not necessarily about the curriculum right now, but even with the current curriculum, we need to ensure that we are getting the utmost from the current curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, lastly, I know you're a Salesforce consultant and then do a lot of project management, and also you teach a lot of like people maybe under you. I want to ask, like, what are the partnerships that you think that we as Nigerians or the Nigerian government need to do to ensure that there's like an access to AI education for teachers, like you said, that teachers have to be the ones to have the education first? Yes, thank you.
I see. Thank you for the question. Partnerships that the Nigerian government can do. Let's see, interesting. Nothing really comes to mind, but the examples that I have on how corporate companies do workforce development, I think maybe governments can collaborate and partner with companies in the AI space or that deal with workforce development, because they are the ones that know how people react to different materials, learning materials, and they are experienced in that. So the government can collaborate with those people. And then that is mostly what comes to mind. Working with corporations that are already doing the things that we want to see teachers do, and also maybe NGOs or other governments that have applied it in their own context. We could do case studies on how it works. So yeah, there are lots of, I think, different ways we can just figure out a way to say, okay, what has this person done, or what has this group done, and how do you work for them? How can we apply this in our context? And I'm somebody that is always looking towards like experimenting, trying and failing, and then see which one works and which one is the best. So yeah, that's my answer.
Thank you very much. On this note, we're closing the panel section, but when we have to get like questions from the audience if they have just 2 questions because we already have no time. Yeah, so anyone?
Chilmoni Soya. One man, one woman.
Thank you very much for the attention.
We used AI.
Good day, everyone. Mine is just sort of contributions to what the key is addressed. There was one program in the shoes they call it Upon. I mean, this was a very good start for bringing AI into the educational systems of that day. But as we know, with all government policies, once one government changes, the rubbish, the whatever efforts the previous government has made, and we return back to square one. So I believe the speaker said institutional support. In Nigeria, there's so much you can achieve in 25 years with the right institutional support. So, and that right institutional support will not just happen, it will begin with each and every one of us in our communities and in our various groups. So, if we can just take that lead, build our communities will turn to councils, and councils with that force, we get to the government and then just after so much shouting, they say, okay, all these things that you have been talking about, okay, let's even have it. And then maybe that will be the starting point to something that will cascade to an explosive revolutions that we have been waiting for. Thank you so much.
Second person is right over here. No, she has been located.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to speak. I really appreciate this panel section, and it's something that is very welcome because we in Nigeria, we really need to know what technology stands for in everyday life. Because when somebody hears AI in Nigeria now, the first thing that comes to mind is one baby dancing. Hey, AI, they hate you. So we really need to redefine it up to the grassroots, up to the rudiments, make people understand that AI isn't just about the baby that is dancing or something. AI has to do stuff. And I don't really have a question, but I have more like a contribution because I am presently inside the tech world. I'm a UI designer, product designer, and we use AI quite all right. But there are some things that, when, for example, I was trying to build an app for a farmer in the farm, I'm trying to connect him to other distributors or producers. And it felt very difficult because I was like, how are you going to explain to a farmer that, okay, use this app, just an app, not even AI yet, just press some buttons on your phone. And then when you press this button, they have already placed another, or you have already delivered something. It feels really, really difficult. And I think it has to go back to our education because we are building our education in a long way. When you go to farmlands and you see the schools that are there, they prefer they leave school to go on farm until we register it in our mind that we need this school to be able to farm better. I think we have a long way to go. So I want to recommend and encourage us to please talk more about this to people that are going to actually need it in languages that they are going to understand. Maybe we'll talk in Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo, and speak in the places they listen. Is it radio stations? Is it the Facebook that we know? So that they can really understand the importance of technology. Because technology is moving very, very fast, and we are way, way behind. We are the ones that know because we are outside of the country. We can see from the better lens. But people that are back home are yet to recognize the impact of all these things. So I want to say thank you so much for this panel section. And we should maybe do more and continue to proceed on this. And by God's will, maybe one day we will actually catch on and then start implementing it nowadays. Thank you.
So we actually do not have a choice than to give you the mic to speak, because as the wife of our president. Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. I think no, time is low. So time has gone. We have already gone beyond in the time that is allocated for the panelist session. I want to thank, first of all, the moderator for asking the question on our behalf. So I want to please give her a round of applause. So, and I also want to thank the other ladies first. So Miss Usaina. So I know very soon, God's willing, she will become Mrs. So, so I know doctor Mrs. Okay, Professor Mrs. So, anyways, so I want to thank everybody, the panelists, Mr. Nuruddin, Dr. Amin Abdulhamid Abasikori, Dr. Solomon. Thank you so much for giving us those wonderful contributions. Please let's give them a round of applause. So while we're doing that, I would like to inform the GASCA to please get ready for their goodwill messages. And while we're doing that, I'm going to play a little bit of throwback session for the year from last year's AGM. Sorry. No. No. Oh. So also the representative of the 2025 executive members should please get ready to give us an account of the year ending. So we are going to do this next phases very snappy. So who is this? Jonah. This is a very, very old picture. Very, very old. Who is this man that is opening mouth like this? It's too short, though. President, where is the remaining? Let me take it back again. Hey. So this was last year's AGM. This was when men were boys. Let me be doing commentary. This was when men were boys. You see, I'm the only one. Okay, I would say this guy, IBK, Dr. IBK, and me, we are the oldest member of NSA that is still here in Korea. So you can call us ancestor. Please clap for us. Ancestor Lawa. Okay, I'm Sulaiman, and Dr. Sulaiman. So these were the first members of the NSA, our president, our vice president, our first secretary. This was when Sapa was still wiring me very well. You can see my neck was very, very long. Well, Saka was still my friend. So Dr. Awal is now in US, now in Tanzania, now in Australia, now in Seoul, now in Daegu, still in Daegu. We are still in Daegu. Oh, so please clap for us. So I can remember this nostalgic feeling. We are coming from Dr. Bashir's house. We went there for a meeting. So it was in a very cold weather. This was our bicycle. You see, Dr. Abbas, he doesn't know how to ride bike. He just use it to dengepo. He and Dr. Abbas already are the same thing. So still now, Abbas doesn't know how to ride bicycle. Yes. Maybe now he now knows how to ride bicycle. So this was when we are now getting bigger. So as you can see, all these JJC faces. So this, I think, is a representative of one student, blah blah blah, one big man like that. So he came to give us a session, and it was a gathering in NSA. One of our AGS now in US, now in Estonia, Austria. So I read doctor Gbenga ní AGM ẹ lọ́wọ́ wọn wá. So all of us, we are now in good places. Dr. Abu, Dr. Abu, and Afaisa too is now in Australia. So let me continue. This was one of our first AGM. So this was one of the first AGM we did. So you can see we are the cook, and Dr. Sulaiman was our chief cook. This is fried rice and jollof rice, and you can see the hungry fellows eating. They are the legends. And so this was a trip to Pangongsan, Mountain Pangongsan. It's been long. This is another trip. So, and another trip entirely. I think we went to one river like that not too long ago. So, this was a graduation pictures of some of the OGs. Our first. This is Mr. Lawal. Mr. Lawal is now in Canada. So, and this now US. This is our wedding. Our president when it was wedding. Our president when it was wedding, and wedding of two presidents. Wow, iconic. And our Allah Akbar. So Allah Akbar. So this was the day I did my PhD defense. Oh, so this is the person that was in that picture. Allah Akbar. So can we say Sapa was fighting with that too? This is Tona. No. So this was when the VC of University of Ilorin came to visit us and his entourage. So they came to as a knowledge exchange. So they came to visit us. So this was this apartment is called Palace. So because it's so big that we used to pray it in this particular compound. So you can see it's a safe compound. We prayed it there. So this was a special visit to Sanctuary by the anomaly of the this man here is now in Canada. As you can see, maybe he was shouting at Sapa that time during his NYSC. So I don't know why Kesoft is not here. This Oga Balagwata is also in the US now doing his PhD. So no. Let me show you where Breezy was shouting. I don't know what Breezy, who offended Breezy here. You can see it, man. It wasn't a goal. So thank you so much for watching our throwback. So I'd like to call on President Joy Nana to come and give us a good news message from our sister country, Ghana. So please clap for her. Gas. You can use battery is low. No, you can use this.
Good afternoon, everyone, once again. Thank you for the invite from GASCA. So we are grateful for inviting us to this event. And on behalf of GASCA, which is the Ghanaian Students in South Korean Associates, we extend our warm congratulations to you guys on the 7th AGM of the Nigeria Student Association, KNU. And the team, this year's team, which is from brain drain to brain gain, transferring diaspora knowledge and emerging technologies for African progress, is actually timely and inspiring because it speaks directly to us as Africans and our responsibility as Africans and students in the diaspora, using our learning, our networks, and our knowledge to accelerate development back home. So I commend the NSA-KNU executives for continuously creating platforms that spark dialogue, empower students, and build leadership grounded in purpose. So today's conversation, especially the panel discussion, reminds us that as Africans, the future depends on how intentionally we equip the next generation. So we have to equip the next generation, send our knowledge, and inspire people back home. And to the outgoing executives, the new executive, we say congratulations. And Gasca congratulate you. Thank you.
Please give her a round of applause. So thank you so much for that and for showing up. And before you go, please try our Nigerian jollof rice, and we'll be waiting for a review from you. Maybe Nigerian jollof is better. So I would like to call on the representative of the executive members to come and give a count of the administration. Do we have the representative here in person of Engineer Alisa Kesoji, who is the General Secretary? Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Akinsoji Adisa. So I'll be representing the executive for the year. Okay, thank you. My name is Akinsoji Adisa. I'll be representing the executive of NSA-KNU for 2025 tenure. In this brief presentation, we give an insight to all our achievements through the tenure, and I would like everyone to pay a very keen attention on it. Thank you. So I'll be starting by going through the NSA introduction, which is like a preamble that gives a flow into the how the executive, the NSA-KNU looks like, and how what they meant to do and how they have been doing it over the years. NSA is by far the largest Nigerian student association in Nigeria. It has been confirmed everywhere in Korea that NSA is a very big society, not just only in KNU, even at the national level. NSA Korea is being doing very, very fine. And the community in KNU can boast over 80 members that comprises of PhD holders, MSc, BSc degree, including family members. We have a lot of people, they are married, they have their family here with their kids, and they are happily living. And our mission is to ensure that every Nigerian KNU and its environs beyond are catered for. Not just only the member in NSA-KNU here, they are being catered for. If perhaps anything happens to any Nigerian, any nearby universities, or even as far as so Incheon, NSA-KNU have been trying to extend their tentacle to there, and they have been catered for people in the aspect of reverencing. Another one is propagating the fraternal love between our African brothers, because not just only about NSA-KNU, it's not just about Nigerians alone. We have brothers from Congo, Ghana, some other African countries. We foster a very good relationship with them, and these are the core things that NSA has been doing over the years. Now, talking about the establishment and the growth, the NSA was established in the year 2018 by 7 Nigerian students who saw the need for this. And if you check from the figure, you see that this projection, the trend is an upward trend in that every year, starting from 2018.
So, sorry for the little break. I would like to call everybody that's outside to come inside for a group picture. It has been our culture. Every year we have a group picture before the guests go. Please, let's come forward for a group picture before we continue. Please, very, very important. How would we know that we came for AGM when we will not take picture? So, and we have many celebrities around amongst us. What do I want to go and show at home that I met many brilliant people? So please, let's come to the front. Let's come to the front. Within 5 minutes, let's snap the pictures and let's disperse. Pali, 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 pali. Nama pani.
Everybody, please, about everybody.
Everybody. Oh no, mo keep on. Otani, Koseni. Yes. President. No. Projector. Our guest speaker in front, our keynote speaker is in front. No. And not lose. Sunday. And I'm at the Kenya, or I have a projector. No, even.
If you know you are short, if you know that the
I know I'm a projector. I need this place.
Okay. Anyone?
Abase. Mas é da palha de espaço.
Okay.
Ati get.
Come on.
Babatunde, is the community development service, because this is one of the activities that the community is doing to get recognition, because these are where we are navigating our impact into the Korean society, not just only Korea, we do back at home. Just like Bugdo Wildfire Relief Fund, because early this year, we had the wildfire incident in Korea that affected a lot of property, houses, and people who are being displaced from this particular region. So NSA, within their network, we raised an amount of 250,000 won and being donated to the affected people through the corporate contact. Then the UTM funding for students in Nigeria. This has been an ongoing and continuous activity that the community has been doing. Then voluntary projects in the local community, because some of the voluntary projects is that the benefit of this one is not just about the NSA-KNU, the people that is attending are benefiting, because when you want to apply for I visa than G2 we are using now, like F visa, E visa, you need some kind of this voluntary program to win some points, like it's a point-based system. Whenever you attend an 8 hours voluntary program in Korea, they give you another 8 points, which are the value to your visa application. So for some of the members that just joined, whenever there is an opportunity window for this kind of event, you should try as much as you can join and register for it. Then for the knowledge sharing, then I mean, we have some kind of seminar, which is how improving. I see the former chairman is applauding the outgoing chairman, so it's very, very nice one. Korean Cultural Awareness, Entrepreneur Leadership, Psychological Health, Balance for Foreigners, and a lot of programs like that runs through the year. Then we have the website and information committee, because all what is happening here, they have been supporting it, all the programs, daily platform digitalization. That is an ongoing system now, because whenever our member publish a paper, we always make sure that we have give it a total PR, that people can be aware of what we are doing, not just about we finish in the lab, we get it published, and we don't have anything to share. So this is what really does. Social media page revamp, we want to engage more so that people can see we are there. The information bank. This information bank is very, very useful, because whenever you want to do anything, because language barrier is one of the key things. When we have that information, you go there, be able to navigate wherever you want. Anytime you need it, just ask for it. It's available to everybody. Then for the sports committee, led by Engineer Adisa, we have an NSA indoor game, graduate persons with returning students, because whenever someone graduates in our community and is someone like he likes sports, we always have this kind of event whereby he selects some best team and then we play against each other, farewell and self-fought matches like that. We do have it. And these are the gallery of our achievements during the year. So these are this when one of our graduate members is we are celebrating him. This is another one when we went for these community services and so on. And for those, the heart of Dr. Abdulhamid Olabi, he was the one in the left below where we are playing a developing match for him when he's departing Korea then. So we have indoor games. We have been to Sanju World Boeing Center to play Boeing in Sanju. These are some of the activities. This is the last one book launch we attended with some of the members in game top. And this is some of our graduates. We have Engineer Arowo doing his graduation, Mr. Johnson, we have Dr. Ipo here. We have some of the graduating members. We have Jamo to Mr. Jamio. So these are the one of the activities to see when we went to donate money for the Johnson Blue Red Fire. So thank you.
I want to what I did not.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We move on to the next agenda, which is the 2025 award presentation, President. So please, can you please step forward for the award presentation? Thank you.
Sunday. About to do.
All right. Thank you very much. This particular session is the award presentation session. It is an initiative we started last year. It's just to encourage participation and to appreciate the people that supported us during the tenure activities. So we want, before we start calling names, this is not to say that these people are the only ones that did some things during the tenure, but we just want to single them out, and probably it can also encourage some of us during the next tenure. So we actually don't have too many categories of award. So this year we are just awarding out 4 awards, and one of these will be the Scholar of the Year, and this will be based on academic achievements, grants winning, and so on. So then the other one will be the Committee of the Year, like the GenSec just presented. We have so many committees, 6 of them, that anchor the activities of the association. So we put out in public voting to every member to choose the best committee that resonates with them throughout the tenure. And the third one is the Committee Chairman of the Year. So this is to award the best chairman of one of these committees. So this particular award is also very important because this chairman, in fact, sometimes they work more than the president. Probably it's not possible, but some way these chairmen are also very, very important. So we'll be awarding the best committee chairman. And lastly will be most supportive and most active and most supportive member. So for each of these committees that we mentioned, the chairman, they also try to recognize a member that is not an executive, that still try to support, and whenever they call on the person, they are always there for them during their activities. So I would like to start with the first category of award, and that would be the chairman, committee chairman of the year. So we have the knowledge sharing committee, we have the admissions committee, the website committee, sports committee, knowledge sharing committee, and lastly the website committee. But this year's award will be going to the no drum roll. The best, who can guess which committee chairman will get this award? I want to see if there will be a guest before I announce the winner. I think it's very easy. Even some of our invited guests will probably know who the knowledge sharing chairman is. But I can't see him in the hall currently. So on behalf of NSA-KNU, this award is for engineer Idris Abdulhamid. So he is the one that is recognized for his outstanding performance at the NSA-KNU Committee Chairman of the Year 2025. So your dedication, efforts are greatly enriched our committee. Congratulations on this. So this award will be given to the person. Congratulations. Thank you for your
Yeah, give you back that.
Let's applaud it. So for the next award, like I said, we put out a public opinion poll on which of the committee activity resonates most with the members. So this again, I would like to say it's not because the other ones too did not do as much, but when it's public voting, there's nothing we can do when people pick a particular committee. So for this one, the winner of this poll was the requisition. And this is led by none other than engineer Salah Abdurrahman, the tallest man in the world. So the admissions committee, what they do basically is to guide the journey of prospective students from Nigeria, to connect them to whatever documents, process that they need to do before they come here. And when they arrive, they are the ones that help them settle in. You know, this kind of community, we need people to guide us when we arrive. So this is why we are awarding this particular committee, as public actually chose. So the next award as well, like I said initially, is the Scholar of the Year. So Scholar of the Year is this particular scholar amongst the whole NSA community who are cooperative active members that is currently on their master's degree program or PhD degree program that probably did achieve most academically. And by that, we know how we judge ourselves in graduate school is by what? Paper and paper. What does your professor say? When are you publishing? When are you publishing? So this particular scholar is the one that had the highest publication, first authorship publication this year. So, and the award is going to none other than, again, the tallest man in the building, Engineer Salah. So, Atiri. So as if you not see it. Atiri. So the next award, now I'll be calling 6 of these awards, and it is so because we have 6 active committees. And like I said, this award is to the most active and the most supporting member. So this will be a member that's not an executive. So each of these committee chairman, they recommended a name from the association that this particular member, whenever we call on to them, that we have an activity in our committee, they are always at their very therefore. So for the first committee is the CDS committee. So the person that the committee recommended is Engineer Jonathan Nwanko. Baba, they are any volunteering service. Undisputed. Undisputed. So we appreciate your dedication and service to the association for the 2025 tenure. Thank you very much. And the next also is Engineer Jonathan Nwanko, who was also recommended by the welfare committee. No doubt. So it means that for some food we are eating here and all type of referencing we feel here again, it's also one of the people that contribution greatly to it. So we appreciate you, Engineer Jonathan Nwanko. Then the next person, I think he might have left, who is one of our panelists, which is Dr. Bashikori Abdulhamid. As you can, oh, he's here. So he was recommended by the website and information committee committee for this particular award. All of us know who Engineer Dr. Obashikori is. MVP. Everything I see that is digitalized. MVP. Our website, our presence. In fact, most of our projects here that has to do with technology, AI, not the most behind most of us. Some of us, just like my project, you see, technology, I've consulted with Dr. Obashikori before, and by so doing, website committee also found, even though he has left to so, always there to answer. Then the next is the most active for the sports committee, which is Engineer Ogunleye Abdulhamid. If there is footballer here and I don't know Plan, don't know someone, don't know anybody, because every Sunday we have our daily sporting and football activities. If it's not simple last message, I don't know what to say. Maybe there is no. Our match is later in the afternoon, probably like 4-3. But by 12, by 2, it's already giving some. In fact, if you read the message, there's no how you must come and play football. So I don't know. I don't want to say whether he uses ChatGPT. He uses it. He uses ChatGPT. I don't want to ChatGPT. I don't know if he uses ChatGPT. Whenever you read the message, even if you are injured, you bring your food. So just come and enjoy. So aside from we have some indoor things as well. One of the members is not whenever it's called on to, it's always there. So we appreciate him. He's not here. He's here now. He's also like a rare person. Yes, sir. Also, I don't know why he didn't with the award. So the next person is Engineer Audu Sherif Abiodun, the person who will not pass the Korean exam, even if they give him next. No, but at least he's passing it. Nice. He's making an award based on. That's what my name is. That's what my name is. Man, not to podcast me that. He's winning an award from the recommendation by the Admissions and Recruitment Committee. So, like we said, the Admission and Recruitment Committee actually got the best committee for the year. So, to that, he's also one of the people that's contributed to that effort. So, we appreciate you very much. Thank you so much. And lastly, I appreciate him. The last committee, which is the Knowledge Sharing Program Committee, he also recommended Engineer Adeyinka Adedipa, but unfortunately, he's not here. He came and went. He came and left. More like he's coming.
He came and went and coming back.
For the activities of the knowledge sharing program committee, he's also one of the people that contributed greatly. So we also appreciate him. I think that is the last for today. So we have and like I said at the beginning of
like that.
They are always there whenever we talk to them and they are doing what. Because it's an award, there needs to be a winner. So we appreciate everyone and thank you once again.
All this one that you are saying, you did not give me best MC of the year.
Wow.
Am I back? Where's my food? So thank you so much, Mr. President, for that award. Now to the last part of the event of today. Announcement of election results. As you've known, every year we have elections, and this is an annual general meeting whereby we select the next executive for the next executive year. So, and it will come by the electoral chairman, the chairman of the electoral committee. So, Dr. Alice.
All Dr. Hassan. Dr. Hassan. Is here.
You can
go.
You can go ahead. So we have the announcement of our next president.
No problem.
So, Mr. Dad, please get ready.
Drum roll session.
Hello. As a representative of the chairman of the electoral committee, Dr. Alice, we are the members of the committee together with Dr. Audi. And so, and we have the results of the election that is conducted this morning, and we have 29 members in total. So 29 members and then 23 eligible voters. And out of these 23 eligible voters, only 17 voted. And I'm going to announce the result as follows. For the first of, I will start from the bottom. For the first of treasurer, we have Jonathan Wonko. And then for the post of financial secretary, we have, so please, Mr. Jonathan Wonko is supposed to come up. You come to the stage. So our chairman is already there.
We shall. You can't be shy. Active. Go and be active.
So you have to because you're supposed to put the full name of the people. See, guys,
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, I stepped out some minutes ago, and I will continue from where my doctor stopped. So moving forward, the next office is the financial secretary, and I don't know if it was announced when it started. We had 29 eligible members. Okay, so for the total votes, we have 17 for the elected candidate, who is Mr. Wakal Bishak. Unfortunately, he's not presently here with us, and he earlier sent his message due to some personal issue, so he couldn't make it. So I hope, I don't know if someone will stand in for him or he's online virtually, if he can appear or show his face. So moving forward to the office of PRO, we had two contestants, and the first contestant is Mr. Kamaldeen, and also the second contestant is Mr. Adeyi Kudus. So during the election, among 17 voters, Mr. Kamaldeen had 3 over 17, while Engineer Adeyi Kudus had 14 over 17. And by the virtue of these results, by the virtue of the majority, Mr. Adeyi Kudus returned elected as the PRO of the association. So, Engineer Kudus, if you are within us, kindly step forward. Moving forward to the next office, I would like to move to the office of the Finance Assistant Secretary. So for this office, we had just a single contestant, and it's an unopposed election for the office. And the elected individual is Mr. Shoaib Muhammad. He had 17 over 17, which is more than 2/3 of the total voters. So moving forward to the office of the secretary, also for this office, we had a single contestant, and the person is Engineer Adisa. Akisoji. Don't mind, I forgot his other name. Akisoji. And also, he had 17 over 17, which is more than 2/3 of the entire vote, and he hereby declared returned. So for the office of the vice president, by the virtue of how NSA is being considered, we have 2 campuses. So it's supposed to be 3, but I think maybe the executive during their tenure, they will try to establish the other campus, which we have people now, but we didn't consider that due to some level of participation on that campus. But presently, we have the Deu campus, and also we have the Sanjo campus. And by virtue of the constitution, those 2 campuses should have a vice president. And for the Sanjo campus, we had a single contestant who is in person of Engineer Adigun Ismail, and he also had 17 over 17, and hereby declared elected. That is the forward. So moving forward to the office of the vice president, Dego campus, we had the single contestant as well, in person of Engineer Jamil Tunde, Sulaiman. If he's there, he should kindly step forward. He also had 17 over 17, and by virtue of the constitution, which he must, if we have a single candidate, must secure more than 2/3 of the total elected, which he has. So he hereby declared elected for the office of the vice president. So moving forward to the lead and the final office for the association, and the person that will pilot the affairs of this incoming administration. So we had 2 contestants, and it was keenly contested. And the 2 contestants are Engineer Idris Abdul Hamid, and also we have Engineer Saladin Abdurrahman. Yeah, they are the 2 contestants. So the results from the election, we had Engineer Idris had 3 over 17, while Engineer Saladin Rahman had 14 over 17. And by the virtue of the total vote casted, Engineer Saladin Abdurrahman hereby declared elected as the next president of this great association. If it's among should come to the board. So I think hereby declare elected as the president of the next application administration. So by the task given to us by the executive member and the entire member of the association. So I believe these are the faces of the individuals who will lead this association in the year 2016. And I wish them all the best in 2026. I'm sorry. 16 and 26. I'm mixing the numbers. I'm very sorry about that. So 2026 by God's grace. So I wish them all the best in their appreciation. But before I will hand over the invite for the president to give us the acceptance speech, it is just for 2 minutes. So I will, before I do that, try call on the new elected president. I would like to dissolve the present executive, which is led by engineer Abib Alabi.
It's not gonna be water.
They've actually done so well. Engineer Alabi has served as the president of the association for 2 consecutive tenure, and by virtue of the constitution, he can't run anymore. If he can run, maybe he will have had the opportunity to continue. Based on the level position of the constitution, he couldn't do more than 2 times. So by the fact of part of me as the chairman of the electoral committee, I hereby dissolve the engineer Alabi led administration, and the tenure hereby dissolved. So thank you very much for a wonderful contribution to the progress of this administration. We wish you all the best in your future and therefore, and also we hope the future will be kind with you guys. Thank you very much. So moving forward to the new executive, I'd like to invite the president, our new president, the handsome man, the tall man.
Let's go.
No. I just started there.
Oh my see. I can do that. See,
Good afternoon, everyone. The invited guests, respected members, and the friend of NSA-KNU. Let me stand on the existing protocol. So I am humbled and honored and deeply grateful for the trust you have placed in me as your newly inaugurated president. This moment represents not just a personal milestone, but a collective commitment to the vision and values that define our association. I must confess, when my name was first mentioned for this position, I hesitated because I realized that leadership is a FP responsibility. It is a call to serve, to guide, and to unite. So it demands sacrifice, wisdom, and unwavering dedication. Yet, through the wise counsel and experts and encouragement of our respected elders, I come to understand that the leadership is not about personal desire, it is about commitment to the greater good. And so I accepted this honor not for recognition, but for service, not for applause, but for action, and not for personal glory, but for the advancement of our community. I stand here today not alone, but supported by an exceptional team of dedicated leaders. I want to take a moment to acknowledge and also celebrate my fellow executive members who will work tirelessly alongside me to advance our shared vision. To all executive members, thank you for accepting this position. Fellow members, NSA-KNU is more than an association. It is a home away from home. Here, we support each other academically, socially, emotionally. Here we celebrate our culture, our achievements, and our shared dreams. We are not bound by common heritage. We are family, bound by common heritage, shared experience, and collective aspiration. As the newly inaugurated executive, our vision is simple and clear. So, one of our vision is to strengthen our unity by ensuring that every member, regardless of background, feel included, valued, and heard. Unity is our foundation, and together we are stronger. We will also try as much as possible to promote growth by creating opportunities for learning, networking, academic excellence, and personal development. We build platforms that enable each member to thrive and reach their fullest potential. To leave a legacy, make NSA-KNU a shining example of what Nigerians can achieve, even thousands of miles away from home. We will be a model community that reflects the strengths, resilience, excellence, and cultural pride of Nigeria. But let me be clear, this cannot be achieved alone, as this is not a journey the executive can take alone. Leadership is a partnership. The success of this administration depends on the active participation of every member. I call upon each of you to contribute your ideas, your energy, and your passion, share your strengths, propose initiatives, volunteer your time, and support programs that will enhance our association. Together, we will turn challenges into opportunity. Together, we will build the price of our support, foster academic excellence, and create lasting memories. Together, we can make NSA-KNU not just an association, but a legacy that future generations will be proud to inherit. As we begin this new chapter, let us move forward with courage, purpose, and pride. Let us strengthen our bonds, deepen our connection, and push the boundaries of what we can achieve together. Let us make our association stronger, our impact greater, and our achievements more remarkable than ever before. The road ahead may have challenges, but with unity, determination, and faith, there is nothing we cannot accomplish. Thank you for trust. Thank you for believing in this community. Thank you for being the heartbeat of NSA-KNU. Together, we will soar to a new height. Thank you, and may we all have a successful and memorable journey ahead. God bless you, and God bless Nigeria. So, as a student association, Campus National University, come from the
So thank you so much. The executive can go and have your seats. And I am there and congratulations. Eh? Eh? Executive. And they'll be the one to decide now if they want to take me or not. So there is not a problem anymore. So now I would like to call on Mr. M. Tax for a little bit of interlude. Then after that, we'll have a bit of thanks. And then we'll call this event a day. So, where is he? Okay. Thank you so much. Speech. Engineer Bikudos. Then while we sort this technical issue, we would like to call on Dr. Solomon. I'm giving you Dr. Fosil Mulawon to come and give us the vote of thanks. Please let's give him a round of applause. I'm back for the boys. Will you back there? Bye. Representing Dr. Solomon, I will be given the vote of thanks. I would like to start with those that come from far and wide. Mostly one that came all the way from Nigeria. Right here, she's representing her family all the way from Nigeria. I really appreciate her and her family. Those that came all the way from Seoul and the farthest place in this country, we really appreciate them. We really appreciate you. We really appreciate those that came all the way from Youngstown, the John and the bikes. Really appreciate you for coming. From the families that came all the way from Sanju, we really appreciate you also. Thank you for coming and thank you for attending always. For the past executives, you guys did very well. I hope the new executives will be able to perform better, and we hope to give NSA-KNU a very good name in Korea and in the world at large. Before I will end this, I would like to make a request. Someone asked me for something and want to use that as an opportunity. Very soon, our political scholars will be going back to their respective countries. And the former past president, in person of Adolf, he has been clamoring for them to play football with the Nigerian team. And I want to use this opportunity to ask the past government just before they leave, if it is possible for us to have the match by next weekend so that we can use that. Yeah, we can use that to just our tradition. You know our tradition. We always have a favorite game. So if we can use that to honor them, both the other nations and Nigerian colleagues. So in that regards, I would like to end this by saying thank you very much for me. Hopefully we'll see ourselves again in the next spring or summer when activities gathering resumes. Thank you very much. Comes on down. No comes on down. I don't okay. Then you're gone. Oh. I was close, I was alone. Richard. Even though there's no sympathy. I was the king that I made. I lived to life, not a grateful thought. I couldn't find my own place. A problem child, 'cause you got too wild. Now that's how I'm getting it.
You're scared of the hiding now when I'm shining like it wanna be. We can street hard week. So far now, I will be. We're going out, it's now on. You know we gotta be going, gotta be going. Oh, I can't open our voice. Go, go on, man. Gotta be going. Oh, fighting now, shining like it. I know, I know, where the soul to make us both down, to wake up and feel like from the start, still past now. Finally, I think I don't know. Fighting, shining like it wanna be. Oh, be your artist voice. I will know. Stop going. You know we gotta be going. Gotta be going. Oh, I'm in our voice. Don't you understand me? Gotta be going.
Our kind of face, the brightest of the
I'm not a never hunter. So thank you so much. This is me officially declaring the seventh title general meeting of the Nearest Organization of South Korea. The National University of declaring it closed for the year. See you next year, God willing. Kamsa. Yeah. I'm not quite doubtful me. There is further announcements.
Hello everyone, I'm back again. I would like to invite everyone to the Nigerian State Association end of the year party, December 27, 2025. It will be happening in Legion at the Kite on. Yes, so I'm inviting everyone. We'll be posting the flyers on our social media pages and we'll also be posting a form where you can fill and register for this party. Kids are invited and adults are also invited. Please spread the news and also come. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.